How video view? How video scene, please? How video scene, please?
In the beginning was the Word. And the Word was God. I was walking along and right by the stream searching. I felt like a 2-year-old urchin. Was thinking about the sun somewhere behind the clouds. And the trees, they all agreed with that chattering sound. I went for the stars, but I could not see any, nor the sky above, nor eternity. There were no words to spoil or taint the scene. No black, no white, no gray, nothing to be. So tell me, did he really know what he was making? And does he already know the If God had a river of his own, did he learn to let go? Let it carry him down to where he needed to go. Was there anyone looking after the place where he would be? Thereafter I want to know about God and the river. Makes no sense, there can be no pretense. If you look at us, we're all like little children playing in the playground, but not so nicely. If God is our parent, then where the hell is he? Or she? Tell me, did she really know what she was making? And does she already know the ending?
That forces that forces us now to fade it out by the end. That's Simon at the end of the thing. Yeah, I'm afraid that is me singing. God and the river now. Yes. How are you doing, Daniel? Daniel and Michael, welcome back. Keep doing that, and eventually you might get your own theme. I'll get the map out. There are 2 people, 3 people already. We have to get the map out. I'm going to already have in mind a project to automate the map, because I realise that the manual work involved maintaining the map, the viewer map. But that could be a fun little project, actually. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you very much, Daniel. Thank you. The next single to come out, because they've all been stacking up a bit recently, so there's a few coming out now. There's one coming out tomorrow, which is that one. You've got the first version of it already on my YouTube. That's Hummin', but there's the Hummin' remix with a new video just to fit to the new remix, but that is being released on Spotify and all of that. I just got notification today that it's been approved, so it's being released for hopefully it'll be there on Spotify by midnight tomorrow, because I don't want to miss out on those 5s, not even 10s, I'll say 5s of people who will be rushing to get Hummin' over the next year or so. So it's very important. Never mind. Michael, yeah, Hugh. How you doing, Hugh? Good to see you. I think you're new. Hugh is new. Sorry, I couldn't resist. Let's get the map. It's time to get the map out. Thank you very much, Hugh. It's glad I like the chorus in that song, because you can really belt it out. Yeah. Right. While I was setting up, I heard all this noise while that was playing, and I was looking around to find what's coming out. Where's this noise? What's coming? What have I got open? So it was hail against the window. So there you go. It's pretty sad when actual natural phenomena is the last consideration. Where is the Dino stream map? I think, is this yesterday's? Oh no, that's a fairly. This is a fairly empty one. That was from the first night. Right. So what I need to do is open up this one, which I think it. I didn't save it. No, it's not possible. I didn't. No. Oh. What a disaster. I didn't save it. Maybe I did save it. How could I? Hang on. Yeah, that looks pretty good impression of not having been saved. Well, now wait a minute, it was Wednesday. I keep opening them as if that's going to make any difference at all, but I don't think it is. It's like... I just keep opening it. No. We'll start... What a shame. Alright, never mind. We'll start on a new map. How's that? I'm going to save this one as... And we are... 12, I think, isn't it today? 12. My God, it's Wicker Man. I am. Wicker Man used to come to the stream when I was making Kickoff Revival a few years ago. How you doing? Did you have a theme? This could be a bit awkward. I think you had a theme, didn't you? Was it? It wasn't Go to Sleep, was it? Because I think Garcia took that mic. Took that one. So that would be a bit awkward. Anyway. Despot Measures. Ah, Garcia, how you doing? All right, look. So what I'm going to do is we've got Garcia here already. What I'm going to do is a bit of erasing because I mean it's like we're starting again here for today since I lost the map from. I didn't save the last one, so I'm here. We leave Garcia. Adam, Mark, and Zag are not here, but I can always add them back. So this is today's map. It had lots of bass guitar. Okay, all right. I'll have to at some point. I have to find it. I have to find your theme. I might do that in a minute, actually. Right. Okay. So let's see who's there. So Michael, how are you? Now, are you in Manchester? I can't remember, but I've got a feeling you're in Manchester, aren't you? Let me know where you are, and I can put you on the map, the map section of the stream. So, Daniel, yeah, if you let me know, and also what your favourite colour is, and then I can put it in your colour. You see, so Michael, Daniel, and Hugh. If you let me know where you are, and Wicker Man. Michael, I was right. I remembered you. You're from Manchester. Look at that. I did say Manchester, didn't I? So I can't. And your colour was probably red. Oh no. Oh right. One moment. No, blue. You like blue from Manchester. Okay. I was stereotyping there, wasn't I? It's like Manchester. It's got to be red for but that's not entirely fair, is it? Stereotyping people. So let's see Manchester, which are over there, and I wish I could have a default that was something else. 42. Yeah, like that works. Michael, and he's going to be 40. Let's put Michael here. There we go. Because you can see how time consuming this is. So I have to have in mind a project to make this better. Hello everyone. Manchester from Daniel. You're from Madagascar, yes, and you like. I can't remember your colour. I can't remember the Madagascar colour. And Peter, familiar name. Okay, so let me know your colour and location. What colour you like and your location. So Hugh lives in Taiwan. We have a new location, everybody. I'll need to do a sound effect for that. Now, right. My geography is really, really terrible. If someone had to ask me to put Taiwan in on this map, I've got absolutely no idea. That's yeah, but I've never claimed to be a good at geography. It's amazing. So let's have a look. Oh, right. Okay, yes, that makes sense. Let's zoom out a bit on the world map here. Oh, right, come on. So Taiwan is that's Taiwan. Right. So what colour would you like in Taiwan? Ah, purple. Okay, cool. We can do purple. Go for purple colour. There we go. At my discretion, the particular shade. Where were we? Ah, here we go. Oh, that was less. Oh gosh, because this horrible user interface. Let's go over here and do the merge down. Right. Purple color for hue. There we go. Okay. We got hue. All right, excellent. So we got from Madagascar, Taiwan, Manchester City blue. Ah, that makes sense. So you're from Manchester as well? Oh, right. Well, let the rivalry begin, because Michael is from Manchester. They're both from Manchester. And clearly, well, it's not clear. Did I get it wrong? I ended up making Michael red, and he said that he liked blue. One moment. Let me just get this sorted out. Ah, I'm from Manchester. I'm from Manchester. I like Manchester City blue. I like blue. Oh, right. You like blue. Yeah, that was very rude of me. Ah, dear, oh dear. I think I got overexcited. There we go. So you both like the blue colour then? You're both, yeah, because you see, I confused myself with that. I was saying, okay, one of you likes Manchester United and the other one likes Manchester City. And, yeah, well, I could have started a war with that mistake. Yeah, I think that's close enough. I believe that, I know, Manchester's probably a little more up there, isn't it? I'll have to do. So then we've got two names here. So that's Michael and Wicker. Michael and Wicker Man. All right. So look, you guys are there. It makes it look like Michael Wickerman. God, user interface design. I mean, in things, it's like, there we are. Right, Michael and Wickerman. Right, so we've got Michael's Manchester. We've done also Hugh and Daniel. Where's Daniel from again? From Madagascar. That was right. And Madagascar doesn't care what colour. Madagascar's over here, right? So I don't know where we'll do the Madagascan thing in Madagascar. Oh gosh, I forgot to do the merge down. There we are. If you want to refine your position, just let me know. And so, I know where you live, Mike. I do. That's funny. Daniel. Okay. Oh no! I crash the computer if I go and make a font that's 62,000. And geez, I don't know how that survived. Merge down. Okay, right. So we got Daniel, Peter. So that's a good point. Where are you, Peter? Where's Peter? Peter. I'm from Austria, and you want red. Okay, so Austria is there, isn't it? Yeah, exactly. That's Austria. So Austrian red. Okay. Well, at least this exercise will help me. I'm just going to. It's probably, yeah, again, but you know what? It can't be too. I was told this by actually not so much boss. Was it a boss? Yes, it was a boss. A boss I had a few years ago, who gave some advice to me and suggested that I should be less of a perfectionist, which I found very confusing. I mean, because the problem was I wasn't very good at being less of a perfectionist. So did that count? I'm not sure. It's like, yeah. Anyway, Peter. I think in this case, we have to choose our battles, don't we? Right. Friday. Wow. I made it through another week. Peter. Okay, so we got Peter. Daniel. Did I do Daniel yet? Yeah, Daniel's in... Yeah, I did Daniel. Daniel's in Madagascar. That's right. It's close to China. I think I have it. Yeah. So, yeah, we're good. In Salford, but from Manchester. So you're right. Is that... Where's Salford? There's always one. This is testing my Salford. You see, Salford is right next to Manchester. That's it. So I think we can. It's beyond the resolution of the map. So I think we're good. Oh, phew. I think amazing. Bob said he was living in Zimbabwe. That's correct. He was, but he's not here right now. I had to start again because I forgot to save the map, which was a bit silly. So if it comes along, we can do that. Do I still work at the VR company? No, I work for Splash Damage now. So, and that's yeah, really enjoying that. That's a lot of fun. And so there's one thing that's bugging me. See, forever the perfection. I needed to make that dot bigger. Right. So, amazing, Bob. I'm from Austria. Red, please. Do I still work? My full name has an even amount of letters, which I think is quite rare. Is it? Well, mine also has an even number of letters, and I don't have a middle name. So, there we go. Yeah. Map with a mission. So here we are. There's the current map. Now, people we can expect to see later. Zag may well turn up, as usually does, and also usually at some point we have Mark. I think it's Mark, isn't it? From over here somewhere. I think I've got every. If I'm missing you, just let me know, and I can add you to the map. Right, great. So there we are. I think we've finally. There we are. See, got that going. And now themes. All right. Hal, play Garcia theme. Oh, that's disappointing. Hal, play Garcia theme. And hello there, Peter. Now, you came along yesterday. I know you, Peter. It would be great if you happened to be the person who started the whole your shit thing. You know, it would be great. I don't know why I was thinking it could be you. Maybe I think that it's always it's always the same person, because I have this theory. That in fact all trolls in the entire planet are in fact the same person. Part of the reason, I know this seems like it's a bit irrational, and I know that it's a bit really, trolls are so out of fashion now. I mean, it's like talking about things in 1837, you know, but bear with me. So it's just like every troll I've ever seen has behaved in exactly the same way as every other troll I have ever seen. I have never seen two trolls that were different in any way. So it leads me to believe they all say the same thing, they do the same thing, they follow the same patterns, but they're a little shyer now. So what they do is they well, at least you're a little bit honest there, Peter. Yes. Remember, that was on the IT. That's a joke from the IT crowd. You know. So, anyway, bye-bye, Peter. Yes, the whole thing, there's a running joke for those you don't know, which goes back years now, of when you say, you're something by, you know, like, your stream. Bye. But I won't go into that now. That might, if you're just wondering what Garcia's going on about. They're so lost. What was worth a try? Come on, pay attention. Yesterday, I had a bright spark who appeared on the stream, and he was interested in maths. He was interested in debating maths. So he called himself Maths, and you can, you know, there you are. He was someone who went to maths debates. So I had to leave a very long pause there, right? Really long. It was a stupidly long pause. But maybe you can connect the dots. And I do believe that Peter up there is in fact the same guy that came yesterday. Yeah, I know, but that's the thing. He or she, or even it, got me with that one. I walked straight into that one. I do suspect, as he said, it was worth a try. He come along. He wanted me to fall into that trap, but I, you know, it's like the Borg, you know. You hit them, and then they sort of adapt, and then your weapons don't work on them anymore. I'm like that as well, you know. It's like adapt or die. So I chose to adapt. So there we are. Oh boy. Do I play? Yes, I play electric guitar. I did it the other day. Who came? Someone new came. Alessandro. Hello, Alessandro. Now, if I remember rightly, Alessandro, you're from Sicily. Am I correct? Sicily? I believe so. I am pretty convinced you're from Sicily. There is a way that I could actually find out. I could look at, say, one of these other maps. No, I was wrong. It's Emanuele was from Sicily. I do beg your pardon. You're not from Sicily. You're from somewhere down south. I can't remember the name. Where are we now? Here. Right. Yeah, so I can put you in... What's going on? Right. I estimated you to be about here. And... maybe I choose a darker green so it's more visible. Excellent. And merge down. Oh, I thought I darkened it. There we go. Salerno, Campania. Isn't that the countryside? Oh, Campania. No, wait a minute. Yeah, Campania. Yeah, places in Italy often have names that could almost be words but aren't. I suppose that's pretty common. So great, we have Alessandro. No one as yet over on this side. We're all on that side right now. Cool. I think I can get on to the business in hand. Then we can start. What am I working on today? I'm Naples region. Okay, well, that's close enough. I'm on the wrong. I think I'm on the wrong side of the country, east-west. Anyway, what am I doing today? I have an Acorn System 1, which I like. I like to... Where is it? It ran off. This is an 8-bit computer from a very long time ago. When I was 13, I got one of these. My parents bought me one. And this is the first computer I ever programmed. I got this off eBay because I lost the one I originally had. And I had to restore it. The restoration was successful. I restored it with an enhancement, which is a removable display unit, because this display unit was damaged. And I was able to find a replacement. It's actually an original part, old stock, new old stock, and so by making it removable, it's possible to remove the keyboard for maintenance, because otherwise you had to unsolder the thing, and you would unsolder it and it would get damaged. It's very delicate. So there we go. But what I'm working on here, I have a number of projects, but tonight's thing, I'm working on some code to convert the cassette output port from here to hex, so I can store it in a file, and then the other way, so I could edit the file and then load it in. So the bit that I've already done, which works, is the reading of the cassette port. I connect it to a sound device on my computer, and then using FFmpeg I convert it into a raw sound stream, which is then piped into standard input on this program that I made, and it spits out ASCII. You can actually see this here. As address 300 had the value 10, 301, this is hex, 90, and so on. So it's possible for me to read the memory of the Acorn System 1. But what I haven't written yet is the one that goes the other way. And if I have both of those, then I have a robust way of recording programs off here, because what you used to have to do was connect this to a cassette recorder, and so it would record the tones on the tape, and you could use that to reload the memory of the Acorn System 1. So I have successfully done this by recording the audio through the sound interface of the computer, say an Audacity, and playing it back, and that worked. But it's really nice if I'm able to convert the audio generated by this into ASCII, into, well, hex, and then, you know, go the other way as well, because then I can edit it. Now this is going to be useful for another project, which is the Acorn system, the Acorn Atom, sorry. So the computer I got after this one was an Acorn Atom. I also lost that Acorn Atom. So yeah, that did not survive. But I managed to get one a few years ago, roughly the same time as I got this, and it works, and it's in storage. But I found I went looking with my father in Italy for the remains of stuff that had moved with them when they moved from the UK to Italy. So there was a bunch of stuff there, my old computers and so on. We found an Amiga, but what I was really looking for was the Acorn Atom and the Acorn System 1, of which there was no trace, which was disappointing. But what I did find, which was amazing, buried in the ground, it was literally in the dirt, in a wood shelter, had been exposed to the elements for years and years up in the Apuan Alps, where the temperatures would freeze in the winter and would get very hot in the summer, but perhaps not so bad in the wood shed. There was, lying in the dirt, a cassette tape, and the cassette tape happened to be a backup of my Acorn Atom projects from, you know, nearly 40 years previously. So that was a pretty exciting find. And when I took it home, I was able to extract the audio, and you can imagine this tape is pretty, you know, the audio signal is somewhat degraded with the treatment that was there, but I have been able to recover most of the programs on it. And so those programs being the very first video games that I ever made, some of which were actually published, including some that I never, you know, I worked on, never finished. It's yeah, crazy. But that restoration of the data off those would be actually helped by this as well, because the Acorn System 1 the Acorn Atom used a similar system. So having some tools would be helpful. The way I restored some of the recordings was literally in Audacity, looking at the waveform and being able to recognize where the ones and zeros were, and, you know, fixing them up by hand. But that really takes a lot of work. Just got to check on the chat. I've just found this stream. What's happening? Dixie. Okay, right. So the reason for my hesitation is that we've had someone who keeps coming to the stream with, you know, interesting names. So that's definitely a very interesting name, Dixie. What's happening? Yeah, it's computer stuff. Welcome. If you tell me where you are in the world, assuming you are on this planet. I mean, I don't want to ever make an assumption about anybody, but if you are on this planet, and even if you're not, you can make it up. Give me a location where you are and a colour, and I will throw you on the map. Well, not you, but I'll put something on there for you. Was this the first home computer Chris Curry released? I don't know. Oh, right, Alessandro, you live far enough away from the volcano. That is always, I think, a smart move. Do not live right next to an active volcano. Kind of rule of thumb. You're from Dublin and you like the colour orange. You do like the colour orange? In Dublin? Okay. Interesting choice. I'm not an expert on these things, but yeah, I'll give you a colour orange. Orange is such a difficult colour to be convincing about, actually, because I mean, is it red or is it yellow? Nobody knows. So there we go. And that would be Dixie. La 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 la. If there was a planet, Dixie, that you were from, something tells me it could only be that one. Of all the planets, it would be most likely to be that one. You know, not Saturn or Neptune. So many to pick from. Oh man! But look, there is more than a little evidence of a trend here, which is the line through which passes through the people who watch my stream. Analysis recently has shown there are always some exceptions, but there seems to be a general trend like this, and it comes up and it does that. There are some discussions about whether that is the true line or if this is more like the line, and this might become is it a third order equation? It could also be this sort of third order thing here. But who knows? It's interesting. We definitely have the line happening here. Look at that. See? Fascinating. You can't take you can't take trolls seriously. only with sincerity. Absolutely. That's like a chicken putting a chicken on a line and they get paralyzed. All right. So anyway, that was the story, and I'm going to work on this thing. So the sample rate is not 2400. The sample rate is 24,000 samples per second, and the encoding, I need to create a square wave, which is fairly easy to create. However, the frequency needs to be one of two frequencies, either 1,400 hertz, no, 1,200 hertz or 2,400 hertz, which is like double the frequency. So maybe a good place to start here. Well, it's kind of interesting. It's like, oh yeah, I just need to write the data out. It's actually not that difficult. I could just write a bit out. Each bit can either be, yes, it should be easier than the reading. That was harder. But I just get a bit and I want to send a bit out. And if the the bit is a 0, I send 4 cycles of 1.2 kilohertz. And if the bit is 1, I send 8 samples of 2.4 kilohertz. So I suppose I could create a general purpose function that will generate so many cycles of a certain frequency. That would be a smart move. So what I will do is, I don't know what to call it, I'll just call it generate then. And we can have in here the frequency in hertz, and then also cycles. As a kid, you hated kickoff because the ball not sticking to the player's feet. I know. I was very mean in that way. This is one of the reasons why it's split gamers in half. No, I need to put that in a better way. It split the audience in half. There were half of the gamers loved the game, and half of them hated the game. And I wondered for years why this was. And then it kind of was the obvious. It's like, if you played the game and you mastered it, if you could get a handle on the mechanics of the game, then you would love the game because you could beat other people with the game. Right? If, on the other hand, you didn't have the aptitude to build the skill or the patience, so you never mastered the game, you would always get beaten. And so really this is why it was split that way. Now, of course, human beings being what they are, the ones who tended to lose, and I'm not saying, Alessandro, please I'm not saying that you always lost at kickoff, right? But I'm not talking about you, but you reminded me of this point, right? So you've got half of the gaming population that played kickoff, and a lot of people play kickoff, which didn't do me any good, but a lot of people play kickoff. So if half of those people, naturally on a skill-based game where you play against someone else, you're going to get half of the population who mostly win and half of the population who mostly lose. And so that half of the population who mostly lose, though, they won't want to admit it was because they couldn't play the game. So what they will do instead is they will hate on the game itself. And then not only that, they will hate the person who made the game. I felt a lot better when I figured this out, right? And they will go and find some other game that they do feel able to play, or that maybe is a little more random and less skill-based, and they will like that game because basically they couldn't play kickoff, although they wouldn't want to admit it. There's a salutary lesson here, you know. The salutary lesson here, it's a sad one, and it has no real resolution, and it is a sad one as far as game design goes, is that if you're like me and you believe in the idea that video games should reward skill by relating the outcome of what you do to how the effort and dedication and skill that you have in playing it, also known as a sport, right? I mean, that's what sport is about. So when I made a sports game, I said make a sports game as a sport. That's exactly what I did. You know, wherever else, that cannot be denied. I made a sport of it. But when you do that, you're going to create a situation, especially if it's a game where people play against each other, that is going to create this kind of thing. So, of course, people don't like to have their game they like everybody to like their game. So if you want to make everybody like your game, you're then faced with a very difficult decision if you're looking at a skill-based game. And so the way around this is to cheat on the skill. And that's what we see. And that's certainly one thing that's been done a lot with football games, I believe. And I look at that approach, and I think it's a great shame. But if in the hard reality of trying to make a game that's accessible to everyone, hey, everyone's a winner and everyone's a loser. Depends how you look at it. There's been definitely a trend to make games where the concern is whether the user would be frustrated. I find that quite interesting. Have you ever watched a film and you get wrapped up in the film and you're enjoying the film, but you know that something dark is coming, and the thing that's dark that is coming is going to spoil that feeling that you have because you're immersed in the story of the plot and you just would really like it to carry on? But, it's like the bad guy that comes, oh yeah, and it's great. Oh no, there's the bad guy, and the bad guy is going to ruin everything. Right? So if we were to apply some thinking that's gone into video game development, into the philosophy behind drama, making a film, plot lines in films. We don't want to distress the audience. We don't want them to feel frustrated. We don't want them to feel uncomfortable. So what we're going to do is we're going to make films where there is no drama. No, well, that's silly. Of course we'll have drama. You cannot have a great story without drama. Oh yeah, you're right. Sorry. Maybe we can dress it up another way. Let's see. So we don't want them to be uncomfortable. We can always give them what they want. What they want is to always see happy things. Well, that's not true. It's like, why do people like to watch horrible, nasty stuff? Like horror. Why do they do that? Oh, you're right. Actually, what they want is horror. So we'll just make a film that's just nothing but horror. It's just horror, 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 horror. See, it doesn't work. Because what you need is a variety. You need to have the happy moments that turn into the tragic moments. Because it's that swing from one to the other that actually is important. Similarly, if you make a game where the player is never frustrated, then they will never have a sense of achievement either. And so you end up with this thing of, well, everybody wants to feel a winner. People will play a game because they want to feel superior, They want to feel good. They want to feel like they... that. And although that's true, it becomes meaningless unless it's earned. Do you know what I'm saying? So it would be like if there was a sport, it would be like, athletics. And they just say, well, athletics is not very popular. We want to have more people into athletics, but the problem is there's something that puts them off athletics. It's all this running and sweating and having to put all this effort in. It's like it just turns them off. I mean, surely can't we just sort of give them I don't know. Give them a vehicle. And just be racing. But you've got a problem there, because it's just the same problem then. It's all right, there may not be that, but then you'll have people be frustrated because they keep crashing all the time. So put them on a rail. They could be in a vehicle at the start of a line, right? And they don't have to steer. There's no danger anybody will ever crash into anybody else. And they can just go round the course like this. And then so that they don't have to sort of exert themselves, they can just have a button that they press. You know, and what would they? But then the problem is that everybody is. It's just going to be a dead heat all the time. Yeah, we can't do it. So you know what? There's a random lottery at the beginning. You don't know which vehicle you're going to get, and so what happens is when you start the race, you don't know what's going to happen. You can press the button, and you look. And then, you know, and of course, you don't want it to be obvious right from the start. Of course not. Because if you press it and immediately you see that your vehicle is the one that's in the lead, then you already know the result right at the start. So, okay, that's not going to work. So what we've got to do is generate an algorithm that makes the cars sort of speed up and slow down and create some kind of ambiguity as who's going to be the winner, so that everybody can play this game and they get in there, and basically it's random, but it's dressed up in such a way as to make it look like, you know. And what we can actually do is, because they're not going to feel like they're actually, it's nothing to do with them, right? So what we could do is just have it so the steering wheel sort of makes the car, kind of the vehicle, sort of move left and right a bit, you know, and maybe it's on a kind of a ratchet thing or whatever, on a spring, or you can make it go forward and back, and we can introduce something in there that makes it kind of create the illusion that they're actually driving, but in the end it's all just down to luck. There are some games that do that without naming names, and it has a fantastic advantage that at no point is your game ever going to get hated because there are people who can't play it. You've got a game that everybody can play, and everybody's a winner, and isn't that absolutely wonderful? Yes, I think it's so great, isn't it? It's so absolutely, that has to be the way it's got to be. I don't know if the sarcasm was coming through, but I'm going to read the chat now. I wonder what's hello. Maybe it's better. Right, I think it's simplicity because you had to learn those muscle movements. Yeah, exactly. And well, learning. Maybe we're all turned off learning by school. That's the problem. I played Speedball. Speedball was a great game. I never played the original Speedball. I don't think I had Speedball 2. And I did like that game. That game came. I saw that game after I made Kickoff, though. But I did notice some kind of similarities between the two games. One thing that they regretted doing was making it so that you could play the game up or down. And one of the design points that I made in Kickoff was that, you know, because of the limitations of the hardware and so on, I decided to do an overhead view, and it was quite clear to me that going up the pitch would feel different to going down the pitch. And if you're playing the game against somebody, someone has to be going up the pitch and someone has to be going down the pitch. So that's the reason why, following on from the real game, there was in the two halves you swapped over. It wasn't just for show, it was actually important, because you would get one half playing upwards and the other half playing downwards, and there's no doubt that you had to learn how to handle both directions. Did you get hate for Crow? I got tons of hate. There's it was very very traumatic. It was started by a journalist, and it got out of hand, and it's absolutely. I think I got a form of PTSD from it, to be honest. Oh, the fake letter! It's so idiotic. But I'm not going to go into that story now. I find the names funny in Kickoff Revival, like Vincent Company and Dave D. Dia. Yeah, I had someone, I think they are credited, I believe, I hope so, who helped with the names of the players and so on. Oh, we there was also that, actually. There was a bit of crowd sourcing as well. In fact, for years I realised that, right, as a kid, you couldn't learn its mechanics and dropped it. And that was always the danger with that design. But there were weird things about it. I could go on and on. But like the trap ball mechanic, there were so many people who played Kickoff who never knew that you could stop the ball. It was in the game design that you could trap the ball. They just didn't know you could trap the ball. And then I wonder about people playing the game who had auto fire on, because if you had auto fire on, you wouldn't be able to trap the ball. I suspect there were players in Italy who used hacked versions of the games and therefore never saw the manuals, who never understood that trapping the ball was actually part of the game design. It's it's the way I would play it. So what would happen with trapping is that you could trap and pass. So I would often hear people say that it's uncontrollable, but in fact there is a way to control the ball in Kickoff. What you do is you hold the button down, and when you catch the ball, you trap it. And then you can push the controller in a certain direction and let go, and when you do that, it would do a pass. The advertising actually said pixel perfect passing. Well, what they were referring to, I didn't call it that, but what they were referring to was the designer put in that if you pushed the controller over when you had the ball trapped and you let go, it would kick the ball towards another player, and it would do the aiming of the kick for the pass automatically, because the game was developed originally on an 8-direction joystick, right? And so you didn't have any directional control. Later I figured out how to add some by using swerve, but certainly in the original Kickoff there was no swerve. I hadn't thought of that yet. So I wanted to have a way to be able to pass to players in a reasonable way, and that was the way that I designed it, so that it would look and see who a good player was to pass to in the direction you were passing the stick, and it would send it off in that direction, and the player would meet the ball. And so of course from there, when you let go and it did the kick, you hold the button down again, and the one receiving the pass would trap the ball. So it was totally possible to do that. It had a disadvantage, which is it was slower than just kicking the ball around. But my reasoning was people would start off with that mechanic totally lost if people, never bought the original copy of the game, and so didn't have the manual and never picked up on this mechanic, or had their auto fire on their joysticks, so they never picked it up. What can you do? You can learn your lessons, and then you only have one lifetime, so then you don't and not get the opportunity to actually do anything to ever fix what you learned. But anyway, where's the next one? Hello, Kay. How you doing? From Greece. Oh, well, that's I do. There are people who say things like that. That you know that the games inspired them, and that's one of the best things. It makes it all worthwhile when I hear that. I think one of the best things that you can do by accident, and in the end, it's by accident. I mean, I didn't make the game with the intention to inspire people so that they would, you know, find meaning in their life. No. But if you do something in the right, with the right intent, with a good intent, that is all that matters, really. And so, for whatever anybody says, I made those games with a good intention. And so, if the good intention sort of had a consequence that was good for some people, on the other hand, I've apparently ruined marriages and destroyed educations. So I suppose it all balances out in the end. I don't know. But anyway, it's always nice to hear. So welcome, Kay. If you let me know where you are on this planet, I can add you to the map. And you give me your colour that you want to have on that. Michael, take care. See you. Right. So, okay. Enough of that. Generating frequency cycles. I want to generate frequency and with a sample rate. So how many, you see if I, how many to do the square wave on one cycle, if I'm doing 1.2 kilohertz, then I need to do 20 cycles, 20 samples for one cycle, right? Yeah, that would be correct. 20 samples for one cycle. I'm just trying to think of the maths here. 2,400 samples per second. I need 10 for 1.2K. It would be 10 samples of a high value and 10 samples of a low value, and so then I get a square wave, which is going to be 1.2 kilohertz. So I've got the frequency that comes in. I have to take the sample rate and divide it by the frequency. So 24,000 divided by 1200 gives me 20. So what I will do, I'm not using floats, but it's okay because I've deliberately picked a sample rate that's a multiple of the frequency. So it should be fine. So I'm going to use ints for this. So what we do is we take the sample rate. Oh yeah, you did say Greece. Greece. Yeah, that's the thing about Greece. My geography is so bad. Let me get the exact position of Greece. Ah. Dooby dooby doo 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 doo. Do 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 do. Where's the Wikipedia entry? It's like, show me a map. Oh, there we are. Okay, so Greece is that bit there. That's what I thought. It's where I was looking. Right, about here, isn't it? So let's take. I'm going to just pick a colour for you. Let's go for that. No, for that. Okay. And so, and K, P. That might have called you KP because you haven't put your first name in. But you see, a consistent on the line, the theory of the stream, Dino Dini stream viewer line. You see? And I like the way that Daniel and Hugh are sort of balancing things out as well. It's quite interesting. So we've got this hypothetical viewer line across the planet, which there are usually some viewers over here. So this sort of does tie in. But we also have to kind of a cross line here, like so. Interesting. I love that balance that we have either side. Doing great work, audience, to create a pleasing pattern across the planet. Pleasing patterns across the planet are always a good thing to have. Nature has been doing it for millions of years. What could possibly go wrong? Yeah, you know that the person who started that happened to the person who started Crytek, one of the founders of Crytek, Sevat Yerli. He went to a friend's house and played Kickoff and was so mesmerized by it he was late to go home and he was going to be in trouble, and he jumped on his bike and he was thinking of the game instead of paying attention, and he cycled right into a brick wall and ended up in hospital. And so that was a bit, yeah. But he survived, fortunately, and then went and founded Crytek later. the land of the gods and Kickoff. Well, there we are. Okay, so meanwhile, I'm back at the ranch. I almost did some programming there. Samples is going to equal sample rate divided by frequency. So that would be 20. Or, well, it's either 20 or 10. So actually, one thing I can do is then divide this by 2, and so that I know how many to send out. So that would be 10 cycles up, 10 cycles down. For int I equals 0, I less than samples I plus plus, we're going to send out a binary, because the output is going to be binary values, and I'm using 16-bit, so 6553 it's signed. They're signed 16-bit signed values, so I need to have the max It's best, easiest to do this by using bit patterns or hex, because, well, it is just easier to do it that way. Otherwise you get it wrong. You go and send 38,768 and you're going, why isn't this not working? It's because the biggest positive integer you can have on signed integers 16-bit is 32,767, and so it's actually much easier just to go, one of them is 0x7FFF is the highest positive value that you can get. So I'm going to start with that, and put char. Wait a minute, right. No, I need to put bytes in. So now I don't remember whether which one I have to, which byte comes in first when I'm writing it out. Is it little endian or big endian? So we can see that here. The first byte that comes is the most significant. Is the most significant byte first, and then the least significant byte. No, but of the samples. Yeah, I was looking at the wrong thing. Right, I need to know the endianness of the right. The endianness of the binary values which are read in from the stream get next sample. You can see it here. So C was the first character. It's little endian. So the first character is the unshifted one. The second one is the shifted one. So it's the least significant byte first. Right, that's what I thought. So if it's the least significant byte first, then I need to do this. Just do this in stages is really the easiest way. Put char. So this is send max, right, for the square wave, and I send that out with the number of samples that I want. Frankly, there's no point in messing around here. I'm going to now just send them in. I mean, cleverer than this, but what's the point? This is very simple, this actually. So the negative one is going to be the maximum negative value, which is this, or 0x8000, maximum negative value. And that's fine. That will do one cycle. Let me see now. If the frequency is I want is say 1,200, the samples becomes 24,000 divided by 1,200, which is 20, divided by 2, which is 10. I get 10 samples at 1 and 10 samples at -1, and that produces one square cycle. And I need to repeat that for the number of cycles that I want to have. So here it's like for int j equals 0, j less than cycles, j plus plus, we just repeat this. And so now I've got myself a little function that should, in theory, create for any frequency a certain number of cycles. And before doing anything more, it will be good to test this out. So the convert function, which was called there, I'll just say to it, generate, say, a frequency of 1200, sorry, and I want to generate this for 100 cycles. Well, let's go for 1,000 cycles. This should generate a square wave that will get output to the standard output. And then what I can do is convert that into an audio stream using FFmpeg. So I don't have to deal with any sort of audio library programming, because that's really tedious and pointless, really. You might as well just use FFmpeg, especially since this isn't a product that I'm trying to sell here. It's just tooling. So this would be my very simple, hopefully testable starting point. And oh, look at that, it compiled without any errors. Oh, Adam, how you doing? Good to see you. Now, Adam, what actually happened, Adam, was that I didn't save the last map, so I've had to start the map again. Apologies. I believe that you are in Vancouver, so I'll just check. No, it's no point in checking. I can't check because I didn't save it. So you're in Vancouver, right? Which I think is just, actually, it's interesting. Is Vancouver here, or is it here? Is it the left dot or the right dot? I don't remember. I know that Vancouver is obviously on the coast, but now I'm kind of wondering. Well, Kay, you know what you need to do is you need to get a bunch of people together who think the same way that you do, and get them to petition companies that will not listen to you. It's a lot of effort that you can put in that come to nothing, and that would be that would sum up the whole story of Kickoff Revival. A whole lot of effort that didn't really come to anything. So I know there were people who bought a PS4 just to play my game and were happy. I used to believe. I don't really believe anymore. Not too much. Although I did enjoy that there are still companies out there doing great games, and there's a plug for the company that I work for, but you know, they may which is not anything other than because it was actually a game I played quite a bit and I enjoyed, and it also has the swerve mechanic in it, and it also is a competitive game that also is competitive for real, and it has that spirit to it. And it's funny because there are people who seem to think, because there's the other side of the coin, as I was being all cynical about, you know, the trends in video games to get rid of any skill-based entertainment, you know. But then there's a Rocket League. What I'm really kicking myself about is that I actually had the idea for Rocket League before Rocket League came out. I even built a prototype. It was a mode of Buggy Wars. I made it. Buggy Wars was another skill-based game that I did, but maybe I'll resurrect it at some point. But this was around 2013, and it was a multiplayer combat racing game. But I got it running, and it was like, meh. I think the most I ever had playing at once was like 4 people. That was just once, and I took it down. But what I'm really annoyed about is that I actually had a mode in that game, not in the one that was released, but there was one that early idea in development, where you could race your buggies around as off-road racing, and you could race them around and knock a ball, and now so that you could play football with vehicles. and this was before Rocket League. It's like, great. Yeah. But that's the thing, is it's all very well having an idea, but you've got to also have the fortune, the good fortune for it to catch on, you know, which did for Rocket League. Yeah. But the actual idea for that, if I'm going to be completely fair, which I am, the idea for that was inspired by a game. That's my efforts. Were inspired by a game called Subspace. That was it was done by Westwood Studios, released in 1997. Westwood Studios were a great studio. They made great games. They were bought by EA, who shut them down eventually, and that's just such an age-old flipping story. They were a company who made what was it called? Red Alert. I think that's the game they're most known for. Subspace was a fantastic game. It's still playable. Check it out if you want to see some. It's a very interesting game, actually, and it released in 97. What it did was, it was a very large scale, I wouldn't call it massively multiplayer, but it was a lot of players who could play in the same arena. 2D combat game, vaguely based around the kind of asteroids mechanics. So you fly these ships around and you could shoot each other. Extremely skill-based game. For 97, an amazing achievement. I think sometimes it's important that we have a historical reading, because these days, if someone came up with the idea for the spec of the game Subspace, I don't know. It's funny because it always seems like networking is always so difficult. But there's a game that was made in 97 that ran on the internet, a fairly large scale arena based combat Twitch gameplay, and it worked in 97. So it just makes you think, you know, it's like, well, surely, you know, we're 24 years later, we have internet speeds that were just dreams back then. You know, companies back then were impressive if they had a T1 line. What's the T1 line? It was 1 megabits per second. You know, I'm sitting here. I've got Virgin internet here. I have 100 megabits per second. That's like 100 T1s. Come on, what went wrong? Because it should all be just, I don't know. I look at it and the math doesn't add up. But check it out. It's still goes on now, because even though with the death of Westwood Studios, you know, the product was sort of killed, as tends to happen. You know, it's like, no, yes, well, you know, we'll just kill the thing. And you know, there's part of it is understandable, because it costs money to run the servers and so on. But it's always a bit of a shame, because it's like a piece of history's gone. But they managed to save it somehow. I don't know how. It's called Continuum now. So you check Continuum, and you can play this game from 97. Great fun. Well, until you started to get cheaters. That's the only problem, is that there are cheaters come along and they just spoil everything. And I lost track of what I was saying. Command and Conquer, yes. Red Alert, Command and Conquer, yes. I think Red Alert was one of the versions of Command and Conquer. And they also did another one, which was some kind of hero character. I can't remember the name of it now. Anyway. Yes, the dot to the left. I know Vancouver is lovely. I'd love to visit Vancouver again, because as I said, I only visited it for a day. Did I say that? I said it to someone else now. I visited it for a day in order to get my passport stamped when I started work. This was back in the late 90s in America. Yeah. So Adam is back. I was digressing a lot there. I can't actually remember where. I digressed so much I kind of lost track of where I was in my digressing. So there we go. I sold Vitas as well. Huh. Well, I sold Vitas. I said Vita. Vita is dead, which is ironic because Vita means life. Do you know, Dino, modern gaming industry is losing the gaming word from the equation. Kick-Off Revival and a few other games makes the gameplay a priority again. Gameplay makes... Yeah, I know, gameplay. I mean, I've been banging on about this forever. But gameplay. Let's have gameplay. I've watched as gameplay was stripped down and thrown out and mistrusted and... Oh, so I was saying, plug a game called Outcasters, which is from Splash Damage, and it's available only on Google Stadia at the moment. Google Stadia, and that was a missed opportunity, wasn't it? I don't understand what happened there with Google Stadia. It's like, come on, guys. I mean, you either do this because you're in it and committed to make it work. Is it like as soon as there's a bit of a hiccup, then you just give up? I just don't get it. It's like, how much investment was put into Google Stadia, and the funny thing is it works. I mean, I played Cyberpunk 2077 on Google Stadia and it worked really well. I was surprised at how well it worked, because I was a bit cynical about the whole idea of the thing, but what surprised me was that the latency was quite low, and actually there's some reasons why that might be. When you consider, and it's an interesting point, when you consider that the latency of your typical AAA title on a console is over 100 milliseconds, and I'm not counting the or around 100 milliseconds or close, and I'm not counting the input lag on the monitor. You can run on external hardware a game where the latency ends up less than the latency you would get on a console, because of the fact that they have sacrificed, in general, the industry has sacrificed latency in order to push more polygons, which of course has an effect of destroying gameplay. You actually can't do Pong on a console in that way. And if you try and do Pong, you can't do Pong anywhere near with the latency that the original Pong had, which was 20 milliseconds for the whole thing. Original Pong and actually depended on how you measured it, from zero latency to 20 milliseconds latency, and at that point it really makes no difference. It's actually pretty much perceived and experienced as instantaneous. Pong. But if you try and play Pong when there's a lag of 1/10 of a second, it's uncontrollable. That's just another example of of how the industry has sort of missed the point in some way, you know, in my opinion. I know there's lots of reasons. You make the technology, you want it to look great. There's always this focus on making the thing look as great as it can possibly look, and to be honest, there's nothing wrong with that, you know. But please don't do that at the sacrifice of gameplay. You know, gameplay is the most important thing. But anyway, so on Google Stadia you can play the game Outcasters, and I played it quite a bit and really enjoyed it. And that has you basically cast spells at each other, and when you cast the spell, it's got a swerve mechanic, so it has a form of aftertouch. It's implemented differently to the aftertouch of Kickoff, but it was quite fun seeing something similar. But there you go. So it's not like it's all dead. There are still people out there who believe in gameplay. They're still there, and long may they continue to be there. I thought you said. Oh, I misread you, Adam. I'll fix that again in a minute. 1 megabit per second in 1977 was already a dream. Yes. Most people are on 28.8 modems. Cyberpunk, yeah, it works really well on Stadia. Yeah, that's Cyberpunk's sad story. Salutary lesson there. Never underestimate the difficulty of shipping on multiple platforms. Personally, even the latency is close to 0 milliseconds. I will always consider the physical packet of a... Yeah, I mean, it's just bear in mind that the latency of of technology on CRTs, cathode ray tubes, and home computers, retro home computers, is generally very good, or can be good, because of the very low latency on the displays, right, basically, and also that you're usually not using double buffering, so you get hammered in a number of ways. As soon as you have double buffering, you create a 1 frame delay, then and then you've got the lag in the monitors, which is crazy. It's faster to send a packet from the UK to New York and back again than to send a signal from your graphics card to the pixels of the screen of the TV you're using in many cases. So especially if you don't have it in game mode. It's terrible, because how many consumers out there even know to put it in? I mean, it's serious stuff. How many consumers out there know to put the TV into game mode? I mean, come on. So then the popularity of a game can also depend on how clued up your audience is. Because if you try and play a lot of games with a TV that is unsuitable, you're adding even up to 200 milliseconds on top of the other lag as well. And then you've got like 1/3 of a second between pushing on the stick and getting a response. And then they're going to go, I didn't really like this. And who can blame them? So we need a solution to this stuff. And that problem exists for Stadia as well. It was a big concern for when I was doing Kickoff Revival. I probably lost sleep over it. You know, it's like, hi, I'm good. I have Twitch gameplay, but you know, I had control back then. I knew how long the lag was. I knew how long the lag was between the input and the display. I knew the behavior of the displays. It was standard. All TVs everywhere behaved the same in this respect. There was no input lag to worry about. And the input lag affects the gameplay very directly. And it was around that time that I was facing those questions. I started to lose faith a little bit in the gameplay, dream for Twitch gameplay anyway. And then it was like, well, I did the best I could. I did all kinds of tricks to try and keep the lag down. But anyway, you could be right, Alessandro. I do think that, I mean, that's what they're doing, is they're looking at it as a platform for others to invest in. So they've set up their technology, but they seem to have decided not to be a game company. But what we actually need is we need a Netflix for games, but not what the media call a Netflix for games. I have this dream. It's a dream that a company like Netflix appears that actually does the interesting part of what Netflix does. Because you can look at what Netflix does and say, oh, it's a platform for distributing, you know, content. You can treat it that way. You can view it that way. And that's what their business is. But it may have started that way, but that isn't what it grew into. Now they are the producers of content. They're not just a conduit for other people's content. The irony is they had to do that because if they relied on deals with other people making content, they would be competing for the rights with, I don't know, Amazon, Disney. They're smaller than those companies, I think. So they would lose, and then they would end up no content. And so that's why they were forced to make their own content. But since they were forced to make their own content, they invested in content. And so the wonderful thing about Netflix is that you can actually see new kinds of entertainment. Not just on Netflix, there's also at least one occurrence on Amazon, although generally I haven't been so impressed with Amazon so far, but except for The Expanse, which is absolutely brilliant. And Expanse is a fantastic series. And then of course there's also Star Trek Discovery, which I also think is a pretty damn good, very enjoyable. But you see, you'd never get them in the old model. The investment in original content, what does that do? That provides creators of original content with somewhere to go. We need that in the game industry. We really need it desperately, because it takes the lottery out of independent game development. So the dream is, and I predict it will happen one day. And what's a shame is I thought it was potentially coming with Stadia. Well, they've given up. Well, I think they've missed a trick, because if they had invested in the content, they could be right now building up the next Netflix versions, the Netflix version of gaming, and then game developers everywhere that have wonderful new content to build would be able to get the funding to actually build it without having to rely on a hit-based model where it's a lottery. That's why I don't think I'm unlikely to ever try again with the independent game development thing, because it's a lottery. It's not sustainable. But imagine that there existed the equivalent of Netflix for games, and they had the money to invest in all kinds of new game content, and remove the hit out of the equation, because that's one of the most important things about Netflix. They removed the hit model. It doesn't exist. They actually don't care on a certain level how successful any individual release is, because they release so much content, they produce so much content that it's covered. And in fact, by producing a lot of content, you will get the hits, and the hits will pay for everything. And then you have this dream of people able to work at doing the thing they love to do, being able to be innovative, given the chance to be innovative, right? And having a job that pays so they can actually live as well, and not have to behave like tortured artists living in poverty, like a Picasso. That is as far as independent game development goes, that's the choice now. Or you do it in your spare time. Yeah. Well, when I was doing Kickoff Revival, I had that funded, which is why Sony funded it. It wasn't a very big budget, but it was enough that I could devote my time to it. And then I was working 90-hour flipping weeks. So, do it in my spare time. Okay. Yeah, it comes out in 6-7 years. It's not reasonable. Yeah, absolutely. Do you play those arcade classics, Wicker Man, on what do you play them on? The original hardware? I don't get on with it when I try to use emulators because of the latency. It's not the same. If I could, I would buy original cabinets of some of them. I mean, I'd love to have an original Defender. Defender for me is one of the best games ever made. It's just shining beacon. Star Raiders is another one, but I can actually play Star Raiders because I've got a Star Raiders cartridge and a 130XE, which is like a later version of the Atari 400-800. But to have a yes, there are some. I mean, yeah, some of those old. I'd love to have one of the Star Wars one. The Star Wars vector graphics one. Look at the size of that thing. Yes, that was a brilliant game. There have been some amazing games made, for sure. Physical games are on vinyl. Are the vinyl records of games? Digital is disposable. Well, in the independent arena, it used to be the case that publishers would fund games. But if you're looking at independent game development, publishers don't fund games anymore. Not really. How could they? It doesn't make any sense. You've got a problem. It's like Steam. Release it on Steam. And Steam, 7,000 releases a year, and 90% of the revenue goes to the top 10 games. Good luck to you. It took years to find anybody willing to fund me. You know how long I looked? Sony had their strategic content division. The strategic content division got closed down. Now let's see. What kind of games were the strategic content division responsible for, other than Kickoff Revival? Oh, there was this game. It was called No Man's Sky. I don't know for sure if the whole furore, which I think was rather overcooked, over No Man's Sky, was responsible for the shutting down of a funding source for independent game development. I don't know if it was, but I'm pretty sure it didn't help. So there's a big bravo there. This is one of those things about something I've got a hobby horse about a lot these days. The idea that the goody-goodies are the thieves of virtue. When you get people on a cause and they're blinded by it, and they think they're doing what they're doing because they're doing it for the good of humanity, or whatever, the good of for the general good in some domain. And be careful, because you don't know what the consequences are. But it does seem to be fairly common that when you've got a bunch of people being zealots about things, it doesn't seem to have a good end. Funny that. Yeah. No Man's Sky was funded by the same group. What are your favourite games on Amiga at testing in terms of strong gameplay? On Amiga, I don't know. You play over the years. You play certain games that you like. I mean, I really like James Pond, the original James Pond. It was a work of art. Lovely game. There was Damocles. That was amazing for the time. Absolutely astonishing work by, was it Paul Wokes? There were the Bitmap Brother games. They had a lot of character to them. It's something that you miss now. Games with a character, as in when you play them, they give you a feeling. It's this thing about art again. It's like when you listen to a song and the song is like Wuthering Heights by Kate Bush. It has a feeling that only the song Wuthering Heights by Kate Bush has. You can generally tell something that will stand the test of time. It has that thing, that X factor, that strong identity, and there were Bitmap Brothers were great at doing that. So there was Xenon 2, played a lot of that. Gods. Probably the most interesting of the games that they made must have been the Chaos Engine. Those were really good. Then there were sort of lots of weird and wonderful sort of indie games out there that were good, good quality indie games, but were interesting in different ways. So there was like Archipelagos. It was a weird game. but basically it was you kind of grew islands. It was a puzzle game, yet in 3D. It was actually, it was actually really interesting and very well balanced. Lemmings. Oh, Lemmings. Wonderful Lemmings. That was such a, that was a brilliant game. Lemmings. What do you think? It was a great game, Lenny, wasn't it? Lemmings. Okay. Well, you're being very modest. You're being very modest, Lenny. It was okay. I mean, Lemmings. Lemmings got rejected by a publisher for having too small sprites, apparently. So I heard. It's like, there you go. What do you think about that? Let's go. Yeah, exactly. Let's go. Yeah, right. I have met Peter Molyneux. Yes. I went up to him after a talk some 20 years ago and said hi. I was trying to strike up a conversation. Wasn't very successful. They only started 22 cans. I think I tried to reach out. Didn't really get very far. Peter Molyneux. Anyway, I should get back to what I'm trying to do here. So I actually built this, didn't I? And I didn't run it, which is kind of an interesting choice. Build it, not run it. I suppose running it, though, I need to run it with... Well, what happens... Let's just try running it and see what happens. It did nothing. Maybe I send it to a file. That's what I need to do. I can go... because I'm not reading anything from standard input right now. I'm just sending out characters. Oh, probably there were non-printable characters, which is why I didn't see it. But if I click on this, I can go and do properties. Sorry, properties. And you go to debugging, and this supports redirection, so I can just put this into out. Now, if I run that, hopefully, what I'll get is. It ran, didn't seem to do anything, but it should have generated a file. Let's have a look. We can go to open containing folder. There you go. In the debug folder, I now have an out file. And I can pop that in there, and that doesn't look anything like what it should look like. It was something. I'm in the wrong place. Write to system 1. Let's try that. We go to debug. I'm not seeing any. It didn't write anything. That's a bit. Yeah, I definitely didn't write anything out. That's this. Oh, it's because I think I have the wrong startup project. Yes. Set a startup project. Right, I wasn't running that. I need to run... Wait a minute. Unable to start program. What? What? Why? I thought... Actually, let me check, because you're supposed to be able... Do I want to save the changes? No. What I want to do is click on here and go and look at the options for debugging. Yeah, okay, you put it in the command arguments. I forgot. I only found out about this recently, but you could do this, which is quite nice. It's like, how do you debug a tool that you're writing that needs to have standard input and standard output? You put the redirection in the arguments. So that should run the command and pipe it to the file out. Let's give that a go. It ran something. We're going to go Where's my... Oh, here it is. Oh, look, I have an out file. Wonderful. And then I take the out file and I pop it in here. And oh, that's good. And it's... Visual Studio's figured out that it is indeed. And then there's always a restriction with Microsoft products. In this case, there is... You can't sort of zoom in on a hexadecimal view of a file. Wonderful. But when I look at it, what do I see? One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 samples at 1, 10 samples at -1. It looks good. It looks like it generated that nice stuff. Hey Kay, thanks for joining us, and have a good evening. Take care. So it looks like I've actually generated the sine wave, but obviously I'm just looking at the data there, and that's no good. I need to be able to actually in the end send it to a sound card. So if I... Oh, it's cold. Hang on. Hal, turn heater on. Hal, turn on heater. Hello, Hal?
Hello, Dino.
I can never remember how to... I can never remember how I phrased that command. Hal...
Hello, Dino.
Oh, I have to say please, because I didn't want it turned on by accident. Alright, Hal, please turn on heater. Hal, please turn on heater.
Turning heater on.
Thank you. It actually did start. You can probably hear that now. Remove the please. If I remove the please, the heater will turn on by itself. Put in more. It's cold, it's rainy, it's wet. There's a breeze. Are you okay? Are you cold? Are you? Oh. He's fine. What I need to do is run an ffmpeg command. Oh, there we go. So if I open up a Sigwin thing, and what can we do with the Sigwin thing? What can we do with the Sigwin thing? What can we do with the Sigwin thing? Early in the morning. Open containing folder, and let's drag that folder into here and then do a CD to it so I'm in the right place. There we are. Why can't I move this window? What is going on? There we are. It's big enough that you can read the writings. Blooming huge over here. And all I need is an ffmpeg command to convert that raw audio file into the raw audio file into a WAV. So what I've got here is AC1. What was that? Audio channels. One audio channel. The input is standard in. A WAV bitrate 24K. The input channel audio rate also 24K coming in. I don't know, we'll see. The input file is out and we send it to, say, test.wav. Now it doesn't like that. I need to turn the heater up. How can't do that? I need more heat. Format ADP detected only with a low score. Misdetection. Sample rate not found. I need to specify a raw file. FFmpeg read raw audio. Okay, so format. I have to specify the input format. The input format is going to be unassigned 16 S16 Little Endian. Ooh, that might have worked. Can you post YouTube links in this chat? I think so. All right. Okay, Mike. I had someone from work watching the other night. They said that at one point the stream had 73 people. I never know how many people. But that's really amazing. What would be 73 people be doing here? It seemed to have done something. We've got like right. Sig start dot, yeah, that's here. Test.wav. Can I open this in Audacity? That appeared all the way randomly on this window, all the way over here. This is as I'm looking at all my monitors there, because that's quite a head swivel. Right, and look at that. A square wave. Well, if you want a link posted in the chat, what you can do is go to the... You can go to my our, there's more than one thing going on there, but Discord server. So let's see, if I go in there and I say invite people, and let's have a link. Let's edit the invite link. Let's have it never expire. Generate a new link. Copied. There we go. Hey Alessandro, good night. Thanks for tuning in. Good to see you. Oh. If you want to send me a message, or you want a link, post it up in the thing here, then you can send me a message on the Discord channel. Yes, you can. And on there, by the way, if you like Kickoff, there is there are now tournaments being run for Kickoff Online. So might be of interest. So here we have what looks like a perfectly formed wave. That worked. Now, if I hadn't been sort of distracting myself, it looks like I could have done that in 10 minutes. But anyway, right. I have something that will generate... I can use it to generate a bit. So the next thing I need to do is to read the standard input, to read this format. So what I shall do is... Right, okay, parsing text file in C++. I don't see, normally I do it the C way, but what's a good way in, it's always good to check. C++ parse lines from file. What's the recommended way? Oh, we're on Stack Overflow, right? Usual protocol. Let's try looking at this from the bottom up. That's a load of verbiage. Oh, you could do that. That's actually quite neat. Let's do it. Makes sense. Do I have F-stream? Let's add F-stream. Right, so when doing that, I need to take this and I can take this from, say, standard in, so hopefully there's a constructor for that. More heat. La 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 la. Yeah, we can just do a while in file. Okay, but then I need to figure out how to specify that they're hex. C++ parse hex. Convert a hex string into an integer from a stream. Standard hex. Okay. Oh, I see how that works. We think. Put that into S into, where's this hex? So I presume we can go this std hex into int address. No, never tried this before. We'll see. followed by another STD hex. STD hex, which goes into byte. Well, I need to put these need to be the right U int 8 T and U int 16 T. It needs to know the precise size, otherwise there's no way it could sort of deserialize these in that way. Right, and what we'll do is just print these out. Print F. I'm sorry, I'm old school. I really like the old printf because I know it as well. 0 4 x space 0 2 x backslash n int address int byte, and let's not generate anything. So I hopefully I'll see when I run this is that it will read the standard input and ooh, I had someone's knocked on the door. Let's see, I heard a message. Oh, something has appeared in Dino's log. Oh, there we go. Aha. You've never watched Star Trek? Oh. You're in for a treat. The Star Trek Acid Party. Wow. Oh.
This measures the individual portions.
What's the dosage? 0.01 milliliters. Very potent substance.
We
Oh dear. I can see where that's heading. Alright. So anyway, this is the link that Wicker Man sent us. Resistance is futile. Right, so what I need to do is go to properties and I need to send into standard input the file output. Wait a minute, no, hang on. I need an example file to read, okay, so I'm going to get that when I go into here, and there's this thing called output. I'm going to copy that and come back to this and to like paste it please, and rename it to input. Sorry. So, and then if I go here, I can go and say redirect input. So it will send the contents of file input to the standard input of the thing when I run it, and it will output to out. Hopefully that works. How? Run program. It didn't like. There's stuff it doesn't like here. Hal, go to next error. So it says illegal use of namespace identifier in expression. Oh, yes. Well,
Hello, Dino.
oh, hello, Hal. Yeah.
Hello, Dino.
Hello, Hal. Yes, I've been very silly there. Hal, run program. Yeah, I love the way that Hal's not put off by a posh accent, still seems to understand what the hell it is I'm saying. Oh, what do we have here? A file has been modified outside the editor. You want to reload it? Well, yes. But you're asking me because it's one of these. Right, so let's just... I don't understand. Oh, because I printed into the output file. Oh, yes. I'm not going to see the output if I direct it to a file, am I? And I just... Right. That's not a biggie. It's not a biggie at all. Not really a problem. We just go here and we just remove this bit here. This bit here. It's got lots of Pink Floyd. Well, that's got to be good then. You can't really ever have too much Pink Floyd. It's just not possible. Oh yeah, I found a graph generator, Carol. Yeah. Yeah, that was all the rage amongst students of many years ago. I know all those groups from my student days. Printed stuff. Everybody? Oh, I'm still freezing cold here. Let's move the heater a little closer and turn it up some more. You'd think this heater didn't have a thermostat. Run. No. I said get char. You should be waiting. So it just disappeared. Maybe I'd have been better off sending it into a... I'm better off sending it into a file. Yes. Oh dear. What I shall do is go back to the properties, and we're going to send the output to a file again. But let's call it output. So input goes from input, and output goes to output. And let's run it, and it will appear to do nothing, which is fine. And then we go into here, and we'll have a file called output, and we'll... I could swear that they changed the behaviour of Windows. Oh, it's weird. What the hell's going on with that? I'm here, I switch to this, and it's like, I want to drag this. I want to drag, but sometimes I do that and it doesn't drag, and I have to do it twice. Aggravating. Use the output file. What was the input file? I'm a little bit... Oh, because I wiped out the input file. That's not really... Yes, that's not really so sensible, was it? This output file looks like... What? This file called out. No, it's not that one. Oh. All right, I'm just going to try running this thing here. Set a startup project and run. It just updated this guy. I'm a little confused as to what's going on. If I go to debugging, it took data.raw and it sent it to output. But data.raw oh, it's a dump of the entire memory of the Acorn System 1, which is only 1K. Yes, that is the entire memory of the Acorn System 1, only has 1K. Goes up to 3FF. So it's fine, it's just a different recording. So this output file, I am copying that and then going back over to write to system 1 where it was called output file. Let's just, isn't there an option to just, oh dear, I thought that there used to be an option that you could get it to, let's paste it in there. Okay, I've got to call this input. I'm going to have to figure out my naming conventions here. That's it. What? Input. Yes, replace the file. So the input looks like that's the input. And then when I run this one, set a startup project, how run program. So it ran it and it will have output an output file which I then take and now look, you see, I click on it and drag it and then it does this. Why? It's a bug. In what? In Windows. In what? In Windows? In Windows Explorer. It's the only thing I use in Windows practically. It's got a bug in it. It drives me nuts. It's like, look, on what planet is that interpreted as I want to do a selection box? It's a bug. So I don't think it actually worked. Input output. I should be parsing. Yeah, I should be getting the same thing, and I'm not. Funny how this is going upwards in. I'm not sure what's going. Ah, yes, no, that's not. Yeah, of course that's going up because that's the input. It's going through memory, and then this is the contents of the memory, and this just seems to be garbage. So I'll figure that out. Whiskey. I had a beer tonight. It was the first time I had a beer in ages. I was celebrating. Some good news today. What do you think about that? I had good news today. Hey? Hello. Yes. And sort of like due to lockdown, celebration is now having a beer. I suppose, you know, it's like, it's all relative, isn't it? If you're spending all your time absolutely not partying at all, or not drinking a beer, and then you have a beer, and it's like it's a treat. I enjoyed that beer. I went out into the big holodeck today and got a few beers, which actually means there are beers downstairs. So that's what I'm thinking. I said holodeck because that's one way of looking at the reality right now. It's like I'm in this house that I've been in during lockdown for the last year, and it's like the world outside the front door. It's a bit like a holodeck, you know. It's like I mean, it is. It's just I don't go there very often, though. I find myself not using the holodeck at all, really much. There's this whole world out there. It goes on and on forever, you know. And there's a beach. Karina and I go to the beach from time to time. Really good simulation. I mean, it really looks like an actual real beach, you know. So I went. Yeah, I've got beers. There are beers down there. I'm thinking about the beers. So should I get another beer? Adam's getting the whiskey. Garcia's asking me a question. How would I define the word exclusive as it relates to video games? As far as I can tell, an exclusive is someone's opinion is exclusive. I give you my exclusive opinion. I don't know why I said that. It seemed appropriate. If you can decode it, let me know what I meant by that. That's absolutely great. I'm going to go grab the beer. Yes. Since I'm celebrating. What the good news is, I don't want to say. But it is good news. Anyway. I haven't drunk in months. Oh. The point is you're not an alcoholic if you can actually control it. I have to have this drink. What do we have here? Whitstable Bay. I actually lived in Whitstable. I lived in Whitstable when I was a student. And I shared a house with other students who listened to exactly the music that you were just talking about. So look, see, it's all connected. So, The question we have here, and you know, I'm going to swap these columns over because I mean, it's like, let's put the input on the left and the output on the right. One of them hipster beers. Is it? Well, it's a pale ale. They're all the rage. Actually, I like it. I like them. They kind of, there's a reason they catch on. This particular one is refreshingly light. It's like it's like everybody says the same thing all the time, doesn't it? Refreshingly light with lively citrus aromas. Is it a hipster beer? Yeah, probably. But I think that's great. I can hear something going on outside. Some machine out there, I know. A Patreon beer. I don't know. What am I doing? I'm trying to yes, it's just garbaged up. Oh, what? No.
Hello, Dino.
Oh, quiet, Hal. Whatever that machine is out there, it's blooming annoying. So that was a less than successful conversion, although you'll notice that there were no bugs reported. It's like no bugs. No, what am I talking about? There were no compiler errors. It just sort of built it. It ran it. It fell on its face. So how do we debug this? I mean, in file. Yeah, in standard hex out value. God. So, in theory, all right, you know what? Let's take a step back here a little. And just do the one bit. And then exit. What does it not like? It failed to read the first. No, it didn't. It was 0000. I mean, what would happen if I put in FFFF? Oh, let's make it more like FEDC. Oh, right. So it is actually parsing correctly, the first part. So it's stacking them, I think, that was not working. I suspected as much. Let's just do this. Do them in 2 lines. Hex into byte night. Couldn't I just write it in Phi? I could, but and then this will be done in about 70 years' time. I forgot something. I forgot to play your theme, Mark. Should do that. Hal, play Mark theme. I know that Wicker Man had a theme. I've just started up the old computer. I'll see if I can find it. Now, someone needs to make a meme about themes, just so they can say meme theme, or the theme meme. It needs to be done just for that. Believe me, it's going to be so worth it. FEDC00, but if I was to say FEDC AA, for example, or let's say A5, right? And we go and look at this, and it's A5 became 61. Oh dear, oh dearie, dearie me. A5 became 61. What's the connection between A5 and 61? The bit pattern of 61 is 01100001, whereas the bit pattern of A5 is 101000101. Absolutely no relationship whatsoever. Maybe there should be a space. Ooh, space. There needs to be a space. I think it's that's the problemo. We need a space. C++ parse line with space says. How do we try? Alright, well, no, this is not going to give me the answer I'm looking for. Split string, split sentence, parse string by white part, split sentence, split string. No, alright. C++ stream parse. Yeah. Now I'm accepting the challenge of seeing how you're supposed to do it. How you're supposed. Ooh. I wonder, maybe it's as simple as this. kind of weird. I might make no operator found, which takes a right-hand operand of type. Well, grumbly old thing. It's funny because it seems it can take a character. You see, it's so much easier just to use scanf. For a laugh, it's worth trying to use, you know, the official stream-based parsing, stream sample float. See, look, you can do that. Skip int. You have to. Oh my gosh. No, I'm losing my patience. I'm losing my patience with this. I mean, it's like, you know, you want to get this. No, we're done here. I've lost my patience. I'm not. I just use std string. Oh, come on. Right, can't type now. Look at this, typing errors galore. Right, in file goes into line like so. And then what we do is an scan f. Oh, I haven't used scanf for in a while, and actually I want to use a different version of scanf. Is scanf underscore s. Can I have a Why is the autocomplete not showing me the parameters for this? Let's get the documentation. I don't use this very often, so I don't remember. Microsoft.com. Scanner buffer format argument. Aren't you supposed to put the I thought that the alright, scanf scanf. Right. So what? Oh, I'm being foolish. I don't need no. I don't need to. Why was I doing that? I don't need to do that. I can just use that. It's absolutely fine. I don't even use. You need to use the underscore one. What we have is a line dot c string like that, and then in here we say that the first one that we need to read is a %x, and the second, where there's a space, and a second %x. So it's two hex numbers following each other, and then here I pass, and right, I need to say that the first one, well, these are going to be ints. Int a comma b, and we'll just do and a comma and b. Where did that z come from? And a and b, and so that will parse it into those two, and then I don't really need any of this anymore. This is much better. Don't add any of that rubbish, and actually we can just really do address and byte. A and B. Address, byte. They're already integers this time. Address, byte. Let's try that. Go. Hal, go to next error. B-byte. Hal, run program. And it's a bit interesting. Input. Yeah, that actually the second one didn't work. Why is that? What? What am I missing? Why not use sed or awk? I could. I don't think sed or awk have hexadecimal conversion though, or maybe. But I don't get why this doesn't work. I'm looking there. I get the buffer in, and I'm saying there's a hexadecimal number followed by a hexadecimal number with a space in between. It didn't get this far. CCCCCC means it was uninitialized, which means the scanf did not read the byte value. Because it saw the space. You coded a little C program to avoid learning sed and awk. Well, that's a real shame, because once you've learned awk, you'll be going, why did I never use this before? This isn't really an appropriate problem for sed or awk. Couldn't do it in sed, could possibly do it in awk, but it would be worse. This is just a puzzling thing. Why is it? So let's print the thing that I was trying, that I'm trying to parse. I could always print that. This is going to be a line. Requires an open string. Okay, right. See your string. How run program. Ah, well, that is interesting, isn't it? It is very interesting. Very, very interesting. So interesting. It did not read the whole line. It did not read the whole line, so the scanf stopped after it read the first thing. Why didn't it read the whole line? It should have read the whole line. There's the whole line. It doesn't read the whole line. It would have been quicker for me to just avoided using all this C++ stream stuff, which every time I try and use it, it's just like, it's a pain. One reason why is because reading the documentation on it is difficult because it's all operators. So because it's operators, it's difficult to figure out the terms to search. So here we have a little bit of information on this thing. Awkward. Well done. Oh, Adam. Mark, Adam. Something is... I will. You're quite right, Adam. It's just following a pattern where I try to use C++ stream stuff and then in the end can't be bothered. Because, in fact, actually, thank you for reminding me that I don't have to go and through this pain anymore. I could just go and write it in C. Write in C. Write in C. Write in C. There's a simple answer. Write in C. When you find yourself in debugging trouble, clarity will come to thee. Always keep it simple, write in C. Write in C, write in C, write in C, write in C. Always keep it simple, write in C. Right, I am going to... we did play Mark's theme. Mark, you're over here, I believe. I can't remember the location. But I remember the name, but I can't remember the name. But I can remember the location. It was there. Right, Mark. Beer kicking in. Oh. Look. If that... well, yeah, I suppose. I do not have much tolerance. Yes. Right in the sea. Sorry, no. 42. We have Mark. Look, this is it. Right in sea. I wish I could say I invented that, but I didn't. Now, very interestingly, Zag may turn up later. He usually turns up at some point. Zag is in Texas, but he used to live around the New York area. Now, I bring this up because on the theory of the, I don't know quite what to call it, but it is the, the audience line before Zag moved. He was right on it. See? I think there's something to this. I think this is not just a fantasy. And we had of course Daniel and Hugh balancing out the exception on here. It does make me wonder, what is this point here? You see, this might be a significant area. I don't know. Anyway, meanwhile, back at the ranch, yes, Tets, thank you. Just reminding me that I don't have to do it this way. I can use get line, which I also use APIs. Let me check get line. Get line. Now. No, because there's different versions of it. So I could try this one. Yes. Oh. What does it return? This is there. They could have shown the most useful. This is terrible. The most useful example to show is where you get lines until there aren't. I don't like this site. Oh, well, there is one of those things. Well, it's true, actually. We don't know. We just make the assumption, don't we? I make the assumption that that was the correct line, just because Garcia is probably the most regular viewer on this stream. But it could be that the reality is that this is the line. So that's just something to think about. Good night, Wicker Man. Thanks for tuning in. I think I'll dig out your. I was digging out your theme, wasn't I? I'll just get that. Let's see. The Wicker theme, because I'm curious now what that thing. Connect to another computer. Ah, right. Daisy, Daisy, give me your answer to. We weren't able to install updates. Well, thank you so much. I'm really happy to hear that. Remind me later. Oh, exclamation marks. Oh. Watch out, be careful. Ooh. Somewhere in here. Oh, an error has occurred in the main process. Oh, terrible, so scary. I think the beer is kicking in. Voice attack. What was Wicker's theme? Maybe he must have had a theme. Or is it that his theme? It's been so long since we've seen him that it didn't have one in the sort of previous streaming. I don't know. How? We had Refly, Slater USA. Do you remember that? Do you remember Steve Finlayson? We haven't seen Tropical for a while. Raduga. I think there is a Wicker theme, but I'm going to have to dig it out. I could probably. Can I search? to really dig into the archives. It's possible. I don't know. Shut down computer. Who knows? Anyway, right. So where I was just trying to. One second. Oh, assume that every line consists of 2 numbers. If you really need to read line by line. But you need to... Oh, I see. Yeah, well, I'll use this one. There's so many different ways of reading a file line by line. But I think I get the point here. If I'm doing this, it actually just reads a string. It's all very confusing. So if I do this on in file, and then let's try that. Yeah, I've seen Pete's back. That's good to see. Hal, go to next error. What don't you like? What don't you like? Get line? You don't like get line? Identify not found. I see. Why? What's the problem now? Header files. Use IF stream. I've followed your example here. You have 195 flipping upvotes. Why? I'm using F-Stream. What the... Don't forget to include this. Yeah. String. How? Run program. Okay, that worked. Well, it took a lot longer than it should have taken. So if I get rid of the exit, now it should run the whole thing. Now I should get... I'm a little puzzled as to why there's a duplication. Oh, it's duplicating them a lot. It's printing them all because it's printing them twice. Yes, because I'm printing the line and then I'm printing the parse line. Okay, let's try again. And alright, looks like that's now working. Let's check the end. Okay, good. Right, so so what happens there is I'm parsed it, the values up or in, whatever, out, shake it all about. What I now need to do is I can ignore the address for now. Yeah, C# is generally a lot easier to use. C# has better APIs in general, and because it's managed memory, that also simplifies the APIs quite a bit. The complication with this is just that, you know, I'm not familiar with the stream input stuff. If I'm parsing a text file, frankly, it would make more sense to do this in C#. You can. And C# has lots of lovely libraries to do just about anything. But I've done 10 years of C# programming, so I'm wanting to brush up on my C++. Also, this type of thing in C++, though, it's like it's unpleasant work, but at least, you know, it's like, for example, it's unpleasant because this is in string. You know, it's like, well, I'm using strings. How was I able to use string without including string? I don't know. I don't understand why getLine is not in. getLine is not standard template library. It's sort of mixing these things up, and it's just messy. Yeah. So for Phi, because this is, I'm not working on Phi right now. I'm working on the Acorn System 1 stuff at the moment. But yeah, as far as Phi goes, write it in C++. Previous version I wrote in C. As you might remember, I was also writing an engine in C. I realised that the usefulness of trying to write an engine in C. I'd actually made a game. It was actually a little playable game. And it was all built from scratch and in C only. And the value in me doing that was that it helped remind me of non-object orientated programming techniques. And one of the questions I was trying to answer, was if you throw away object orientated thinking completely, can you make cleaner, more maintainable, better code? And the answer is yes. And if you're writing in C, you're forced to. So that was actually really worthwhile, that whole project I wrote only in C. But now, having done that, I'm comfortable going back to C++. Because nobody forces you to write C++ code in a heavily object-orientated style. So I'm actually a recovering software engineer that had got misled by object-orientated programming, in which it's very common. But that whole thinking about programming that was influenced by this sort of craze in the 1990s, it caused a lot of damage. So even now, when I'm not applying object-orientated techniques, it's like I have this guilt feeling. But they're wrong. It's absolutely not the right way. There are better ways to architect things. But right now, the Phi project isn't really architected. It's thrown together because it's so early days. I think you're right, Adam. Mark, I might bring the engine out again at some point. The test of the code that I made would be going back to it and seeing if it's a pleasure to work with still. But I tell you something, because it's written only in C, I could come back to it in 10 years' time. There'll be problems with perhaps the OpenGL implementations, but but the core of the code base will be valid way into the future. So modern C++ greater than 17 adds even more complexities that pollute the language. C++ for me is showing its age, and the modern additions are a desperate act to make it modern, but it makes it very ugly. But that's the story of C++. That's always been the case. And that really, what annoys me is why they've taken so long to introduce certain language features that really would solve big problems. I was like, give us coroutines in C++. So it took ages just to get lambda expressions. Turns out that with that you can implement something very similar to coroutines. But some of these things just don't make sense. The C++ doesn't allow you to nest functions. Do you know how useful that is? That was only introduced in C# 7. It's relatively recently you've been able, for the first time ever, in a mainstream language, have nested functions. What a wonderful thing. And that's another example of how object-orientated programming it's kind of the rigidity, created a rigidity of thinking, so people just didn't see the usefulness of local functions, because then you have a different form of encapsulation. You can encapsulate a function inside a function, then you can have a function that outside of the function nobody can access, and it's a really good form of privacy, a privacy that goes beyond the rather weak privacy of the public and private mechanism of classes. But you can't, and probably never will, be able to have local functions in C++. And there's some technical reasons why that's tricky, but it's not unsolvable. But it's great. There are things that you can do now, though, that are similar with lambdas. So here's the thing you can do with a lambda. You could potentially create a class-like object that doesn't have a class. It's a function that has handlers in it. What you do is, when the function is called, it registers handlers with some external manager, right? And then when those functions are called, they're lambdas which are called, then the state of the function is restored because it was captured. The variables in the function are captured. So what you've got then, and it's a bit like a function inside a function, is that you have variables which are global to your lambdas. And so now what you have is state and functions. And so what you've done is created something that looks like a class, but all you used is a function. Sneaky. But that pattern actually has uses. And then it makes you wonder, well, was there a better way? Maybe we didn't have to make our software in this particular way. So ultimately, the criticism of object-orientated programming goes beyond whether or not it was a good idea. Where it was really a bad idea is that it stopped innovation in computer science. It killed it because it just became cookie cutter. So it's like treating software development as, okay, so the first thing we need to do is we need to understand the user stories. From the user stories you can create the objects that represent real world things, and you can make a model with them, and from there you can create your classes, and from the classes you can make sure that they have properties or accessor functions. And you don't want to expose any of the variables. All the variables can be marked private. You just expose, just with accessor functions. All of this pattern is something that Java practically enforces on you. In fact, people write Java in IDEs that throw out the whole boilerplate of this, and so then they're working within the boilerplate, and then they're not programming anymore. They're practically typists, and even the typing is partly automated. Where are the real decisions which are made on how to organize the software, the software architecture? You actually find that when you're stuck with that particular, with those tools, you actually have very limited choices to what kind of architecture you create. And then what I find with those code bases is that eventually you end up in a situation where there is you could say that the architecture such as it is actually doesn't make any sense. It's like you will find interfaces used when there was no need to use an interface. You will find inheritance that serves no useful purpose. You will find nested hierarchies of inheritance and interfaces, such that you don't know what anything is ever doing. It will just call a function that's called to do it, and then you're going, well, where does it go from here? And looking at the code base, you don't know. You don't know where it's going. What are all the possibilities? You've got this is one of the problems with using polymorphism. Not that there's anything wrong with polymorphism as a concept, but when you're using polymorphism and you're using interfaces, you have to be aware of how it obfuscates your code, because somebody looking at the code just sees it calls the interface. And it's like, okay, so basically what you're telling me is that when this function is called, it could go anywhere. Well, how do you manage that intellectually? It can go anywhere. All right. And that's really really tricky, because it means that the only way you can be sure about where it goes is if you're examining it in the debugger for one particular instance, but it could be different for different instances. It gets very, very difficult to follow. And that, and then you also got the other problem, which is where I need to remember where this is. I need to have a reference. I did a new on something, right? And so then I've got a pointer to this thing. Okay, I need to be able to remember it. So what I'll do is I'll store it somewhere. But you're storing it somewhere. Where are you storing it? You're storing it in some memory that you must also be remembered. And so what you end up with is a chain of remembering. And when people combine that with a complete disdain for anything global, then you end up with function calls where in order to call a function you have to go and say, well, let's find a reference to the screen. Well, to get the reference to the screen, because it's not global, but there is a singleton which is called which somebody made, which allows us to get access to global things, but without having made them global. Why didn't they just make it global in the first place? But I need a pointer to that, and I have that. And now from there I can get a pointer to the screen, and give a pointer from there I can get a pointer to the viewport, for pointer to the whatever, and it goes down the chain and chain and chain and chain. to find, I don't know, something that's global. Something that you could have just taken and put it there in the global space. All you needed to say is, well, you know what? We have one world in this game, like it or not. One world, believe it or not. One world. John Martin, rest in peace. You know, and it's like you have one world, and to get to that one world, which in the end is effectively global, you have to go through a long chain. It's nuts. This is all a product of, you know, trying to build. I likened it to it being. It's like having people that need to build houses, builders, and the only thing that they can use as a building material is Lego. That's it. There's only Lego. Now you can't think about anything else. You've got to think in Lego. You know, it can't be good for the construction industry. Object's an easy solution to an unexisting. Well, it's worse than that. It's worse than that. It's so embarrassing. It really is. Yeah, exactly. That's actually an anti-pattern. Or connected with an anti-pattern. When all you have is a hammer, everything looks like a nail. Exactly. But when you prohibit the use of verbs, everything looks like a noun. There are so many indicators of the problem of object-orientated programming, and the nouns and verbs one is a great one. You know, there is nothing ever is. There is no managing going on in object-orientated programming, but there are a lot of managers. It's a very well constructed object orientated architecture, but well constructed in the sense that it fits the object orientated paradigm, limits its use of verbs. So the only verb that you have is to make something. So you have a factory, noun. The factory makes instances. The make, verb, instance, verb. Everything else, instance, noun, I should say. Everything else, nouns. And so you end up with only two verbs that you have to express your whole, pretty much two, possibly three. Yeah, three. Three verbs that you're allowed to use in object-orientated programming. There is to make something. There is to run something or do in some form. And there is to destroy. You can create, you can destroy, and you can do it. And so you get that pattern. Create the factory, run the factory, destroy the factory. But you get in such a tangle. There's a reason we have verbs. We could have invented the English language. The English language could have evolved to only have those three verbs. It should be you make, you do, and you destroy. And when you can try talking like that, and when you do, you find that you start to sound like an object-orientated code base. You know, like, I didn't go to the pub. I went to the pub and had a drink. Right? I went to the pub and had a drink has two verbs in it. So what you end up having to say instead in the object-orientated approach was, I made an instance of an ambulator and ran it to the pub where I instanced or created a beer and created a beer drinker and ran it on the beer. And so that's if you want to try and say I went to the pub and had a drink, where you're only using the prescribed allowable verbs to create, and I didn't have any destroying, they were to create and to run, in fact to create and execute. And you can do that, but it takes a lot of effort. I mean, it took quite a bit of thinking there to this like that to do this thing. That is what goes on in the mind of an object orientated programming exercise. Everything gets make a thing, and then this. It's nuts. It really is. It's just so. You see, why can't we use verbs? Why can't we say what we're doing? I exaggerate, but there is a truth to this. See? Anyway, so when I'm doing this conversion, what I've got end up with the address and the byte, I actually don't need you end up with some incredible scaffolding around a tiny kernel of code. Yes. Yes, actually. So anyway, I need to take this byte and I need to convert it into an audio signal. So I need to extract the bits and I need to send the most significant bit first. I'm trying to remember how that works. The least significant bit goes first. So I got my byte. I need to send a start bit. So what I'll actually do, I've got a general purpose function there which can generate any frequencies and cycles, but what I'm going to do is send a bit. See, and I'm going to use a verb, send. You do notice here is like I do have things like generate, convert, send. I am using verbs here. It's not that you can't do that when you in object-oriented programming. My point is that you tend to observe the effort to convert verbs into nouns, and in the end that's what you get is this twisted sort of language. So I'm going to do a send, and I need to send a bool, which is like for true or false. And if it's true, we need to send a 1-bit, which we do by running generate on a frequency of, well, a 1-bit is 2,400 for 8 cycles. Else we can generate 1,200 for 4 cycles. Yeah, Jim Blinn. He's I liked his thing about circles. He collects circle algorithms. He's Jim Blinn, who's of Blinn Shader, Blinn Fong. Retired now. Worked for Microsoft at the end of his career. The last place where he worked was Microsoft, and retired there. Generate, so we can do this send bool on here, and then what I want to do is I need to send a start bit. Now the start bit, right, the tone that is generated when there's no data is always ones, and the start bit is therefore a 0, because in the leader is ones. The reason there's a start bit and the start bit is 0 so that you can tell where things start. Otherwise, if it was a 1 and you had the leader of 1, you wouldn't know. So I need to send a start bit which is a 0 bit, so we send false, and at the end there's a stop bit which is true, and in between we need to send 8 bits for int I equals 0, I less than 8, I plus plus. And so this will send 8 bits starting with the lowest bit. So to send the lowest bit I need to check bit 0, or the first bit of the thing we're decoding. I don't care about the addresses actually at this point. They're not transmitted. All I'm transmitting is the second number, and I've got that here in byte. So what I can do is send byte and 1, and that will get implicitly converted to a bool, which people might cringe at, but I actually think makes an awful lot of sense, because what else could it be? We'll see. Right. That sends true a bit according to the bit 0, and then what I need to do is rotate the byte to the right, so the next time I shift the byte, the next time I can read whatever the bottom bit is. So that in theory is it. The only other thing I need to do before I do this is send a leader. That's important. A leader tone, because I'm going to have to press a button on the Acorn System 1 once I run the program, before the data starts, in the lead tone. What was that? I missed a question. Sometimes I don't see. Who's Uncle Bob? I don't know. What was the message you retracted? Oh no, it was a retracted message. I have to look at the... What? Uncle Bob, I remember. But I have no idea who Uncle Bob is. Oh, except there was Uncle Bob and Auntie Joe. Original OGs. Oh, I think I know who you're talking about. Yeah, I don't know. I just think it's not worth talking about it. Really, object-orientated programming is not really worth wasting breath on, frankly. All you need to know, look, this is the truth, what I'm about to say. This isn't opinion, it's truth. The origin of object-orientated programming, the originator of object-orientated programming was Alan Kay. So if you want to go back to the original intention of object-orientated programming, you need to go to Alan Kay. When you do, you will find that what Alan Kay was advocating is nothing like what object-orientated programming became. And Alan Kay regrets the use of the word object, because in his words, if I remember them right, the use of the word object caused everybody to focus on the word object instead of the actual essence of what he was proposing, which was actually to do with messaging. So I think the way that it worked is that he had this idea that we could create objects, that's what he called them, objects, and then pass messages between them. But object was not the important thing. It was the messages that were important. And he made an unfortunate mistake that anybody could have made, that in hindsight, if we wanted to save the world from a great deal of pain and we have a time machine, we could go back to when Alan Kay had his ideas and say to him, brilliant, but please do not use the word object. If you use the word object, that's too concrete. People will focus on that. People who are looking for a sense of security in a sea of uncertainty that is brought about by an ever-changing software development world, they will grab hold of the word object and cling on for dear life. So call it something else. Call it message-orientated programming. And if he had done that, we would have saved ourselves a whole world of hurt. Because it's that very human thing. Human beings, you study them and you go, what? There are patterns in behavior in human beings. And one of those is to grab hold of a concept only on the most superficial way possible. A juicy handle, something you can grab onto. Objects were that thing. They had no intrinsic value in software development, it turns out, in my view. And that's an opinion. That part is an opinion. That's my opinion. And I say that after having got swept away with it like everybody else. Right? But what it did have was it captured the imagination of that at the superficial level. It became something that, you know, even people who are not experts in the field of software engineering could grab hold of. Surely, yes, we can think of things as objects. There's the book, there's the folder, there's the file, there's the, you know, the text, there's the keyboard, there's the screen. It's compelling for that reason. But what the problem is, and I don't often agree with what's his face, Mike Acton. I've had a run in with him on one occasion online, because I didn't. What bugged me about it was not the point of what he was saying so much as the way that he presented it attacked the idea of abstraction, or appeared to, and made my job as a teacher harder, because I was trying to teach students the value of abstraction. And like it or not, abstraction is the single most important fundamental tool that programmers use in order to manage the complexity of software. You have to abstract. So be careful before you say things like kill an abstraction today. You know, that wasn't Acton, that was the other guy. But you know, so I often don't agree with him. I think because he takes things a little bit too far the other way. You know, let's have everything data orientated, even the stuff that doesn't need to be. But on something that I do agree with him on is this concept that, because it's true, a computer program is basically something that transforms data from one form to another. All computer programs can be looked at that way, and when you look at a computer program that way, you're not looking at it as a collection of objects. You're looking at it as a collection of information that is being reorganized. A collection of information that's being reorganized is very different from objects, right? So data orientated programming is where you focus on the data and how it's laid out and how it needs to be transformed and how it's managed and so on and so on, right? And so then, instead of thinking about, oh, we have 17,000 objects that all need to have a location in space, that's the object orientated way. Each of the 17,000 objects has within it a position. Yeah, okay. It's very... It feels... I mean, it feels a little bit sort of like obvious and naive. It's like, yes, that's true. But what's interesting is how to organize the data for 17,000 objects and their position in a way that can be handled efficiently. And the way you can do that is not have each of the 17,000 objects have its position stored separately, but to put all of the 17,000 objects' positions into one list. And what I found when I rejected object-orientated programming was that I would replace not everywhere, but commonly, a very common transposition or change that I would make is, instead of putting stuff in classes, is putting stuff in globally accessible arrays. And if you've been following my work on phi, when I haven't been going off on a tangent as I seem to all the time, you will have observed that in phi there is such a thing as a global variable, but only in the sense that in order to execute a function, there are variables that exist only while that function is executing. But in principle, it's like spinning up another virtual machine, inside a function. But in principle, there really are no local variables. I mean, anything that's persistent, and that's where the tricky bit goes, the persistent data. Not the data that's formed and lost over the function call, but the data that survives across function calls is all accessible globally, because in the end it has to be, by definition. If it doesn't belong inside a function, then it needs to belong outside the function. And unless you have nested levels of functions, it means it belongs in the global scope. And so then you might as well just put it in the global scope. And so what you end up with is, well, I'll give an example. If you something that's very popular these days is a component system for like your game or your renderer, right? And the funny thing is that the component system is not actually very object orientated, ironically, not in the sense of objects, but it is in the sense of what Alan Kay was all about. Because in another point that he raised is that above all, it's another observation, I guess, or another quote of his, but above all, object orientated programming is the late binding of all things. So that means that things are connected or associated together as late as possible, where a starting point is when you're developing the software. So early binding is where you bind together things in the source code. The thing is, people don't necessarily think about this, but it's like here in this function, that the convert function calls generate is it's a form of early binding. It's decided at compile time, right? So if you do late binding of all things, then you need a language that such bindings are not defined at compile time, but are defined at runtime. Funnily enough, phi is that as well. It is because it doesn't have a program counter. It's basically just a database driven language, so it's all about data, But the problem with object orientated programming is that if you follow the tenets, the beliefs of object orientated programming, you find that they're all about early binding. You bind the functions to the data in the class. You use inheritance, which binds a class to another class through an inheritance. So I don't know. I'm going in a bit all over the place, but the point is go and look at Alan Kay and what Alan Kay has said, and what Alan Kay has said about object orientated programming. And the really funny thing is that the words of Alan Kay, who started object orientated programming, about what object orientated programming actually is, seems to not get much coverage. And the reason is because of the human condition. that what people really like more than anything else is something solid to stand on, and you can't find anything more solid than a solid object. And that is why it became popular. And instead of treating a computer program as a series of actions or verbs or translations of data, the manipulation of such tries to turn everything into a noun that it possibly can, and tries to turn everything into that solid thing that you can rely on, in a world in which the reality is things change all the time. That's the problem with binding as well. It's like with a late binding, things can adapt. So data-driven architectures are a form of late binding, right? For example. But it's the two things are clash because they're absolutely the opposite of each other. What you've got, as the way I look at it, is you started off with something that was really promising and got flipped into almost the opposite meaning around something that was easy to grasp hold of, the word object. I don't know if any of that makes any sense. Yeah, I could go on. I probably will with this alcohol. You're welcome, Adam. and Garcia. Test-driven development, I could talk about that. You're not going to like me if I talk about test-driven development. Oh dear. Oh no. I've got some people, I know it's a discussion. I love this because it's discussion. I wanted to have, well, I'm the one who's doing all the talking, I guess. So I just, so I think that's really ideal actually for me, because apparently I love the sound of my own voice. So there you are. But at the risk of, let me play. Should I go there and then lose a regular customer? This is. I love this topic, and so I might talk about it. Let's see. Test-driven development. I actually at one point was studying a master, and I was doing that while I was teaching because they wanted everybody to have a master, right? But when I stopped teaching, I never finished the course. It was at the Open University, it was I stopped it because it was pointless. I was hoping to do some kind of course, a master in computing, that involved programming in some way, but they hardly exist anymore, because computer science has become not really a science anymore. They teach object-orientated programming and algorithms, and that's it. But anyway, I digress, because there was a point that I actually had an exercise to do that was studying test-driven development, and I did a critique of it, and I also studied, some of the literature on it. This is what I concluded, and I concluded it's not just my opinion, it was also from things that other people said. So I'll try a summary from this off the cuff, so it's probably going to be quite rough. But basically, the idea with test-driven development, and so please correct me if I am wrong, right? I'm just trying to figure out how to represent it. Oh, very good. All right. So, what have we got with object-orientated programming? Is basically something roughly like this. in my own paraphrasing, have a goal. I mean, I suppose there is, you need to have a goal. There's something that you want to do, right? So then, oh gosh, this horrible user interface. Right? So you have a goal, and from there you move to the next thing, which is build. Well, I'm just kind of spitballing here. Make requirements. Or define requirements. But I'm going a bit out beyond, I guess. But it doesn't matter. I'll keep on. Let's see where it goes. It's like a research and development thing. So you have a goal. You have to define the requirements in order to meet the goal. So the next thing to do in test-driven development is, which is what defines test-driven development, is that you write the tests to know whether you've met your requirements. I sympathise. Have a goal, define the requirements, write the tests. Once you've written the tests, then what you do is you write the code. Okay. You write the code, and then you run the tests. And there is a point that we can get to with this. Run tests, and so you run the tests, and when you run the tests, then you have two possible options. One of them is that the tests work, and then in that case you go back to the beginning. You go back to, I've probably modified it a little bit to give a bit of context, but it's like you go back here and you do that if the thing was good. Hard to see. That's pretty big. I can. Maybe you're far away from the screen. Alright, so if it's good, you go back and you have a goal. I mean, it's what the next goal is, right? So I am just sort of doing this off the cuff. So there is a risk that I'm getting something wrong, but more or less that would be the situation. The other possibility is that you run the tests and they're bad. Well, in that case, what you do is you have to do a fix step, or analysis, I guess. Actually, let's call it analysis. The idea, well, you can't really start with a failed test because you need to have written the test first in order to know that the test failed, I would argue. But but that's the point, is that if you want to have a philosophy, if you're going to go through all the trouble to create something to talk about how you should make software, I don't think it's a good idea for it to be sort of, well, how often do we actually do that? I mean, that smacks a bit like a dare I say it, of religion. So what do I mean by that? Well, it's yeah. What do I mean by that? It's a bit like religion. Because there's this thing of in Christian. I'm not religious, but I like to talk about philosophy, and I like to talk about certain things like this. So it's like, well, in the Christian religion, one of the sort of most important teachings of Jesus, in my view, is the one about, do not worry for the morrow. It's the talk about how the creatures of the earth don't spend their time worrying about where, how they shall be fed or how they shall be clothed and all of that. And well, the point is that this is actually a way of saying, live in the moment, because in the present moment is all you have, is an interpretation of this. But the funny thing is that it's never taught. Because if you, and I take this is something from Alan Watts again, so this is what I'm basically paraphrasing what he was saying, but I've observed as well, I was brought up a Catholic, I've observed as well that this rings true. This particular point of view is not really one that's very popularly expressed by the church. And if you quiz on it and seek an explanation and saying, well, if that's what Jesus was saying, why is it that we're all worrying about stuff all the time? And the answer that comes back is, well, of course that was all right for Jesus, but we're not as good as him. So what you end up with then is a philosophy that is fundamentally broken, that you only follow where it's convenient to follow it, and then you don't when you don't. I would argue that if you want to try and make something that is really valid, it needs to be applicable all the time. It needs to be the one that we don't hear that, with all due respect. It's like, let's be honest, how often do we stick to that workflow? Let us find something that actually works, that we can stick to. Yeah, I agree, Adam. There is a value to testing, and so I have an alternative to test-driven development that does involve testing, and I will come to it. And what it is a flipped version of this, and it's the way I work, and I believe it's a good way of working. And one of the points here is that some research papers onto test-driven development made the observation that the power of test-driven development actually came from this, where write code, run tests, analyze, write code, run tests, analyze until it works. That test-driven development encourages the iteration. And that is spot on. But what I think got a bit lost is that this is the value, not writing the test first. Writing the test first can sometimes be the right thing to do, but as a kind of general statement of what to do, I actually think it's wrong. It's wrong to use that as the overriding constraint, and there are some people who are that into test-driven development that they say always write the test first, and I look at that and I say no. You know why? It's not possible to write the tests if you requirements are not completely defined. How can you write the tests if you are still iterating on your requirements? So, in other words, if what you are doing is 100% clear way that the behavior should be, write the test first. So if you are trying to figure out an algorithm to do a collision between geometric shapes, you know the fail conditions for that. It is possible to write the tests for that up front because it's very clear what failing and passing actually means. The requirements are clear right up front, and then in that situation you can write tests, and it can be a very good way of working. In fact, if you're doing things like collision systems, I'd say it's actually essential. So that makes sense, but that is a very small percentage of actual software development where the requirements are actually set in stone up front, right? So and anyway, the point about the studies, the actual academic studies on this suggested, and I found this an interesting point, and I think it's spot on, that the reason why, if you run a scientific study to see about the effectiveness of test-driven development compared to not having any paradigm, you may see a vast improvement, but the argument goes that's only because there is iteration, and before you had the system in place, that iteration was not working as well. So that's the first point. I'll just catch up with the chat. I guess the biggest advantage of working in a team that uses TDD is that it forces the architecture to stay somewhat decoupled. I'm not sure I follow, Mark. Is decoupled from what? Decoupled. I don't know. Can you clarify that? Because I'm not. I don't know. Yeah, decoupled. I mean, it's sort of like it separates the. I suppose you can say if you write the test first, then you don't. You could have any architecture underneath that satisfies the tests. I don't know if that's what you mean. Oh, okay. Well, when you get back from dinner, I'm probably going to be here a little longer. But I'd love to show you what I have as an alternative. So, are you likely to be back in about half an hour? If not, I will just do it now, and then you can watch it on the video. Well, decoupling is decoupling is always a good thing. Don't couple more than you need to. Okay, well, I'll just go straight into it then, and then you can watch it in the replay. Right. Okay. A large code base that is highly coupled tends to be hard to test, so the pain. Yeah, I would agree with that. I mean, generally, for me, highly coupled means not properly abstracted. Take care, Adam. So, look, before I get back to what I'm trying to actually do here, I'm going to try to show an alternative way of doing this, which is my answer to the question about test-driven development. You start with, have a goal, right? So that's the same. It's the same as that one. Have a goal, and then and then it's the interesting thing is that you define requirements. The reason I put that there is because you can't write tests. As I said before, you can't actually write tests unless you have requirements. But in have a goal, it's a little different. The next step after that, the next step after that is to do the following. You say have a goal, all right, and then there is what testable step to get there. Or let me make this a little smaller text here. What is the smallest testable step to meet goal? So this, right. So you have a goal and you ask, what is the smallest testable step that you can take to meet your goal? Right? And so you take that step. When you've figured out what the next one is, you take step. Or steps, whatever. So that, but deliberately making sure or taking care that it's the smallest testable step or set of steps. So you do whatever work is required to get to the next thing that is testable. So testing is still there, right? But you don't write the tests up front. Unless it could be said that sometimes it might be that to take this step, you decide you must write the test first. In which case, do so. That could be. But the question is, what do? You take the step. So, and then you ask the question, you test it. Now, sometimes that test is going to be an actual automated test, if necessary. It's not waterfall. It's absolutely not waterfall. It's like you test the smallest testable change. So in some cases, what you have is actual tests on a build that you're making, and that it runs tests on there to make sure that everything is behaving the way that it should, and then you're adding a feature. So what you do is you take the smallest testable step. You'll see me do this when I'm programming. I take the smallest testable step. What is it? I'll add a function, and the function should not affect the behavior of anything. So the first smallest testable step is to add the function and then run the build the program and test it to make sure that its behavior did not change. That would be the test. And you see, I'm going at a micro level here because that's the way, I have a piece. Just think about how I've even done what I've been doing right now. How did I start? What was the first step? The first step was, well, can I output any waveform? I wrote a function to output a waveform, and I wrote a test for it. But I didn't write the test before I wrote the thing. The order doesn't matter there. You either do the test first in that little instance, or you write the thing first. In this case, I did both together. It was, I want to make this output a few seconds or a certain period of time of a frequency, a square wave at 2,400 hertz, 2.4 kilohertz. That's what I want to do. And that's what I did. Because I said that was the smallest testable step. You know, you could say meaningful smallest testable step if you like. I took the steps and I tested it. And, you know, was it good? It happened to be in that case. So if it's good, what you do is you go and find the next goal. Right? If it's not good, so this goes to there, this goes to there, this goes to there, and you watch me program. This is what I do all the time. I'm always doing this. And then if it doesn't work, what you do, you test it, it doesn't work. You know, then I suppose we do the analysis. You have to figure out what was wrong. You debug it, right? You do your analysis to understand what was wrong. And so that's, you go there if the answer is bad. The test is bad, it didn't work. All right. And so in the analysis, you'll get the steps that you need to bring you closer to passing the test. And this is like, you compare the two, and the difference is subtle but very important. It's that you don't write the tests first. You ask this question instead: what is the smallest testable step that I can take to reach my goal? Smallest testable step. And there's a lot in that phrase. So I'm not just then going on and on and on and on, adding more and more and more stuff in my code without ever running it. You'll see me sometimes add one line of code and I'll just run. Or I'm just working through the thing a bit, add something. I'm not going to run it yet because it's not ready, but I'll hit that F7 and I'll recompile the code and make sure that it actually compiles. That's a very testable step, right? And it just keeps on and on and on and on. Well, the point is that this one, right? I mean, you could say, I don't know, we're just saying it's simple and logical, not sexy or complex. Well, nor is that, really, you can say, except that it's got a thing that people can hold on to. A damn object. Write the tests. We have the tests. Make the tests. It's something. It's this thing. It's this human desire to grab hold of something certain. You are sure if you make the tests, you are sure then about whether or not you sign off on the tests, and then everything else. The problem is writing tests. First problem, you can't, as I already said, you need to know your requirements up front. If there's any vagaries on the requirements, or the requirements are changing, that's going to be a problem. Second problem is that often the tests can be more complicated to write than the actual code itself. So that's a problem. So you can actually end up spending more time writing your tests than you spend actually writing your code. Now, that can make sense if you're sure that when you've written your code, it's 100% correct. But that leads us to the next problem, which is that when you're writing tests, you have this problem of test coverage. It's like, how do you know that your tests are complete enough? What test is there to know whether your tests are complete enough? How do you test your tests? I write tests up front. How do I know that the tests don't have a problem with them? Who tests the tests? Do we write test? I mean, because think about it. There's this problem. It's like, okay, before we write code, we write the tests. Well, before we write the tests, we need to write the tests for the tests. Before we write the tests for the tests, we need to write the tests for the tests for the tests. It's not trite. It's actually a real problem. If it's a complex situation, what you actually need to do is evolve the tests and the code at the same time. And that is the difference between the two, because in this case, there isn't. The test and the code, they're one and the same. And sometimes you'll need more test and less code, sometimes more code and less test. Sometimes you use a rigorous test, sometimes you can just use a light test, depending on the situation. Another problem with test-driven development then is integration testing. So what happens there is that you've got some kind of thing that you're making that has, a few dozen modules that all need to work together, and they all pass their tests. And you put them together and the whole thing doesn't work. It's because somewhere down the line there's been a problem with the requirements, or some unexpected interaction between different modules that cannot have been caught by the unit testing that came up front before those modules were made. That's a problem. So, okay, well, in my model, you apply this to the whole system. Whether you're dealing with one module or you're dealing with 20 modules, you can always ask the same question. We are here today. We know what our situation is. And because we are here with a goal, it means that at the moment we don't have any defects. That's the assumption. Because if we have some defects, then we can work on those. But we've got here, so we know that right now we're in a good place. But now we're going to take a step forward. When we take that step forward, we're going to change something. Whatever we change, there's a risk that something will break. That's just the nature of things. So what we want to do is limit the number of changes that we make before we test again. So what is the smallest testable step we can take from this point on? And that might be, well, we have these 3 modules that are working independently right now, and they need to work together. Okay, shall we just put them all together? Well, we could just put them all together, but module A and module B that have their own tests that work. What we'd like to do is test that they work together. And to do this, we need to write a little test harness that allows A and B to communicate together and verifies that this is operating correctly. So what I'm talking there is this is integration testing, making sure these 2 modules work together. And so the decision can be made that that module should be written. There's no change being made to A and B unless it has to be in order to achieve the goal. But if the goal is to test whether A and B work together, then really you should just make this harness. You make the harness until you're ready to do the test, and then you run the test and you make sure that it works, and then you fix the problems with either A or B or the test, because that's the other thing, is that you have to also consider the test itself to be part of the system and can actually be at fault as well. So there you go. I think this, yeah, I think it falls down. I don't think you can apply test-driven development everywhere. It's not a universal philosophy that works. But I'm going to stick my neck out and say I think this is a universal philosophy that works. There you are. Now, quite possibly the same as Agile. I mean, I don't know if Agile has the question, what is the smallest testable step to meet the goal? I'd be interested to know if that is, you know, a concept that comes up. So yeah, well, thanks, Garcia. That's my philosophy. So anyway, continuing with that philosophy, where am I right now? You see, so when I get lost, it's like, well, how can I keep track of where I am? I don't know. I've been talking about stuff. Where am I? So the first thing I do now is I need to remind myself where I am. So I'm just going to hit F7. And I'm in a situation where I have compile errors. Okay, so I'm in the mode of fixing. I am now in analysis. You know, you could argue the smallest testable change that I could do was to hit F7. If you know. So, okay, let's fix it. So I'm going to initialize local variable byte. Yes, now that's interesting. I seem to have lost a line of code. So I'm going to just see if I can... Yeah, I deleted a line of code that I didn't mean to delete. And it is this line of code. So let me copy that, and then I can put that line back. Okay, there we go. Hit F7. It built, so that's good. And so now I've got a warning though. Oh, nice one. See, actually, there's a mistake, because that should be equals. I've got to sort of shift the byte. So that was actually nice. Good thing I paid attention to the warning. Saved myself a bit of pain. All right. So I'm just going around this analysis, take step, test. I'm still bad. Let's go again. Now we have syntax error. Yeah, because I actually don't. Okay, test again. Okay, that succeeded. So now when I run this, what I'm expecting, because now my goal, what's my goal currently? My goal is for it to generate the tones that I need. And I just remembered that in fact I was about to add this and then I got sidetracked. So 2400 hertz, and I need it to run for a few seconds. So it's how many cycles? If it's 2400 and I run it for 2400, that would be 1 second. I want to put in a 3-second one, so let's do 2400 times 3. So there's a leader, and this should be it. I can run my test. What is my test? My test is, let's look at the output. You can see I'm always doing testing here. So what is the output? will it spit out a binary raw data that is the encoding of this data in input here. This exact data here. Well, A50210. I know how to test this. So let's hit F5, initiate the test. It runs the thing. Something was generated. That would be, let's check the date stamps on here. I can see there was an output file that was generated now. This should be a binary file, so I'm going to drag that in and just check. It's quite long. I would expect it to be fairly long because it's an raw audio file. It's not loading into Visual Studio. It's crashing Visual Studio because it's too long. That was a bad mistake. But what I'll do is, while I'm waiting for Visual Studio to sort of unblock its bloated self, my favorite debugger is logging. I have to say, look at this. Atrocious. Whatever. All right. While that is doing its thing, I should be able to run an ffmpeg command. The input file is output, and it's going to convert the raw data into test.wav. Looks like it did it. And then I can look at this. So the testing involves now looking at, I can't really automate this test, because that's the other thing, is that, you know, test driven development, you're supposed to write the tests, but sometimes that doesn't have meaning. What's the test here? I'm having to manually test. So, and sometimes you just have to. You have to manually. Did not recognize. No, that's correct, because in fact I ran that and it produced for me test.wav, which I import, and then what I have now is the result. I'm going to inspect this, do a visual inspection, because I really don't know that there's any other way right now. I suppose, though, I could feed this audio signal back in through the thing that can read. Another test is to feed it into the system one, which is what I would prefer to do, because that is a good reference, right? In the end, it's got to be able to be read by the Acorn System 1. Look at Visual Studio, still stuck here. It's like, it's nonsense. You shouldn't be able to crash an IDE because you drag a file in. Anyway. Oh, look. There's some evidence of data here. We can see it's looking good. This view's quite nice. So let's begin. At least I would if I could. Great, yeah, great developer experience. It's really great. So good. Close the program. You know. How starts System 1 project. How starts System 1 project. It's because I can't remember what phrase. Eventually I remember the phrases. How... Oh, right, I'm using the wrong language. HAL Open System 1 project.
Opening.
Thank you. How am I not tired? I am. But this isn't work. This is not work. This is fun. Look at, I mean, this is fun, and you know, I know I've been distracted a lot, but I just point out how the code. There's been very little debugging. It seems to be going actually quite well, doesn't it? We shall see. What I have here is I can already tell that it's not working. So the leader one bits, start bit which is a 0, I see that, and then is a whole bunch of 1s, but what was being sent in here was A5, so this doesn't look correct at all. It doesn't seem to be any correlation. So what's the smallest testable change that I can make here? Well, you know, well, actually, that's not the correct question. The correct question is, I need to analyze this. So what can I do to analyze this? I'm going to just look at the code is probably the best thing first. Well, I know this worked because it generated 3 seconds. There is exactly 3 seconds of leader, and then it generated a start bit, which is a 0 bit, which is there. Then it should have created 8 bits, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and with followed by a 1. These are also end bits. So this looks like a bunch of zeros. So I read the byte and I tried to send the byte. And there we go. I've already seen the problem. I put this line in the wrong place. So it was basically reading a new byte every time it was doing a bit. So okay, that's fine. So what I'll do is just close that, and then we'll HAL run program. So that's done that, and I don't have it automated to run this step yet, but there we go. That was that done. This has generated a new test WAV file, and I pull that in, and we can continue at the 3-second boundary. There we start to see some data. Now why do we have bands there? Okay, that's just pixel thing. Okay, great, and I can see that yes, it is working. I can see A5 because this here should be A5 starting with the lowest bit. So if we reverse this, we get from lowest bit to highest bit 101, which is 5, and then 0101, which is A, and then an end bit. The next, that was A5. The next one, 02, that's the start bit. So 01, starting from the least significant digit, that's 2. Everything else 0, 02. So yeah, I'm looking at this and seeing that works. That is 02. This next one is 10, so start bit 40 bits, 1, 30 bits, end bit 10. The next one, F0, hang on, we're concerned here, I had 10, there was F0. So A5, 02, alright, there we go. This is 10, right? And then we have this, which is F0. So this is start bit, 4 0 bits, 4 1 bits. This is C0, which is, reading it this way, 1 1 0 0 0, 1 1 0 0, which is C, and then the rest 0. So I've seen enough. I have passed the test. And so then we go back to the test is good, have a goal. Well, what's my goal? Well, at this point, the next goal is to have, you could say that my overall goal doesn't change. You could actually argue that you might want to go here instead. You go and change your goal if you've learned things in here that need to change. You need to change your requirements or whatever. But check your goals, I suppose. Funny thing is this one doesn't have defined requirements. In that sense, it's a bit more agile because you are not presuming that you have all your requirements set up from the start. And it's Tony Zag is here. Wonderful. Yes. How are you doing, Zag? So we need to reinstate Zag. I can't remember which. Oh, I do remember your colour. You like purple. So let's get the colour purple. Purpley. And here we go. Zag. There we are. So this is tonight's map. Let me remember to save it since I forgot to save it last time. Hal, play Zag theme. Oh, right. Somewhere near. I've got a cable. My software is going to meet the hardware. Somewhere. Oh. Okay. Ah. Got it. So, happy Friday. Yes. I was Whitstable Bay. I was celebrating good news today. Not going to say what it was, but it was good news. Yes, indeedy. Oh. That's the point. Yeah. So I'm plugging in the cassette port of the System 1. I'm just untangling some cables here because I'm ready to see if this will... Whoa! Garcia, what are you talking about? I thought you didn't give a 4X for anything else. Foster's, Australian for lager. Well, no, it isn't. Those... Basically, if they need to have a stupid advertising campaign, it's not good beer. I mean, that's how you know. It's like, yep. We're having to do an advertising campaign for our beer. The reason is because the beer is not very good. If the beer was good, we wouldn't need to be giving you this advertising. But alas. So here it is. Buy our beer. It's really good. Alright. So I think the first... You like bitter beers, or is it better beers? Is a bitter beer a better beer? Oh dear. You need to have a thing. What is a signal adapter? What's it adapting? No idea what that is.
Yeah, that doesn't fit, does it? No. Ah. Oh, alright. I'll worry about that later. I think I can just move this around, can't I? So, it should be coming through. What I'm going to do is test this out by playing the... In here, we have... This is the generated audio from this text, of this binary, this hex listing is now encoded as frequency shift keyed bits in here. And what I'm going to try this is 1K of data, so it should populate the 1K of RAM in my system 1. If I need to set this, I need to do this right, otherwise it will deafen everybody. So this goes out to that set. So system 1 audio is off. I'm just going to mute everything. Well, that won't come through on there. I'm muting the system sounds just to make sure that I don't screw this up and deafen everyone. So in theory, this will come out of the audio port that I have connected to my Acorn System 1. If I hit play and then hit L on the System 1, you can see the System 1 there. No, you can't. If I move it here, you can see where I am. Right, so let's hit play on here, and then showing the display of this Acorn System 1 is a bit tricky because it's a little calculator display. I'm going to have to figure something out from that. But anyway, hit reset. I'm going to hit L for load now, and let's see. Oh, it's working. Let's see if it correctly loads the data. Busy doing that. Well, it looks good. It failed to read the data. So something... Oh, and I know why. It's because I edited the beginning here. What was it? Okay. I screwed it up here. Was it? Yeah. Well, I can actually get that back because I've got a copy. If I go to the cassette tools and take the output and copy that. It'll be easier to do this. Is that right? And here, output, copy, paste, copy, paste, delete input, rename this to input. Well, so we'll try this test again. If I... There we are. So that's with it not correct. Because what happened was I changed the... probably how long it thought a file needed to be. So when it got to the end, it didn't finish. And right, so what we do at this point then is run the write to system 1 program again, and this will have created an audio file. Then I go here and convert the audio file to a WAV because it's a raw audio file, and I close this down. The thing is test.wav, drag that into here. Yep, there's the data. We'll give it another go. So I don't know if I can show you. I can try. Let's see. This camera is temperamental. Alright. So, okay. So I'm just holding it here for a minute. And what I'm going to do is hit play. There we are. Rewind. I'm going to hit play, and then I need to hit the L button here. So we hit play and I hit the L button and the display goes blank, and now just that's that's how the system 1 loads. As the bytes come in, I don't know if you can see that. It won't focus on it, but as the bytes come in, it basically lights up one of the displays showing the pattern. Oh, it looks like a lot of guitars because it always looks like more guitars when you see a picture. It's not actually that many. And oh, foiled. See, this is interesting. How that it didn't come back. It should have come back. So there is something it doesn't like about this process. So what I'm wondering, the first thing that comes to mind is that it's overloading the cassette port is the most likely explanation. So what I'm going to do is revise this a little. I have maximum values here, you see, but maybe I'll just make it smaller. So instead of sending right, so sending FF7F let's take 2 bits off, so 2 bits off 7F becomes 1F. Yeah, and 2 bits off this one actually becomes E. E00. Let's try that and see how that works. So we'll run the program. we run the program, and I now need to run the program. I did that, right, yeah. I need to run this other thing. I need to run this script to convert it to a WAV. Then I can drag the WAV into here. And that's surprising. It didn't seem to reduce. It didn't seem to reduce the magnitude of this at all. That's very odd. So at this point, I'm going to try. Let's try FF00 and 00FF. I don't understand why it didn't. I must have made a mistake somewhere. So we try to convert it, which I've done. Come here. Alright, take that test WAV. Alright, well that's smaller this time. That's very small. So okay, let's make it bigger than that. Just add 4 bits on. Let's try that. Alright, so we run that. Close that. There. Test WAV. Again. Drag this back in. All right, so it's I don't know why it's. What have I done wrong there? It's not symmetrical. Should be. I didn't run it properly. Let's try again. Oh, there we go, like that. Boom. Right, take the thing, the WAV file, and drag it over. Yeah, that's better. I obviously didn't. I'm going to see if this works. So we're going to go here and hit play, and I hit L. I'm waiting for it to. It's reading the data in. Yeah, that's interesting. I think something I should do is put a trailing tone. It did light up. It looked like it was trying to do its thing. I need to I need to make a smaller one. So what I'm going to do is sort of edit this. It started off at 0. You know, that should be the header. It could be that this data that I'm putting in is in fact invalid. I think that's the assumption I'm making, is that that is valid. Yeah, it's an assumption, and it may well be wrong. Okay. So what I can do is I have to swap these over for now because I'm missing a connector over there. Was the word, and the word was his hands are too short to do a face palm. What do you think, eh? In the beginning was the word, and the word was exactly. You're going to think that I can, you know, pick which one it says. I was hoping it would do that one. Good thing. Yes. Perfect. So anyway, right. What I need to do is let me see if I can record. Just make sure this is working first of all. So the recording is on the microphone. If I hit record, do I get a tone? That's not very it's not very convincing, really. Right. Mono recording channel. That's more like it. It's totally distorted though. Maybe I need to reduce the volume. There we go. Right, so this is recording the tone from the System 1. Now, let's get some data to work with. And what I'm going to do is make it shorter, because the data set that I had there was too big for effective debugging. I'm entering in some data into the Acorn System 1. So address 0200, I don't think you can see really, but address 0200, I'm putting in FF, and then I'm putting in AA, then 55, then 00, 01, 02, 03, 04, 0. That's enough actually. So I've got 8 bytes that I'm sending. FF88 55 0 1 2 3 and 4. So then what I do is hit record on here, and I'm going to save from memory address 0200 to 0208. Go, and it's done. Right, and so what we should have is some data here. This is the lead, this is the header, and the code that I had in there was FF, that's the FF. This is the AA, and then there's the 55, then there's 0 1 1 2 3 4. Okay, so what I'll do is just shorten this a little bit because it was like a 7-second leader, which is a bit exaggerated. Be here forever, right there. Right, let's check to make sure. Full test. What's the next thing I can test? It's to make sure I can read that back in from Audacity into System 1 to reload those 8 bytes. So yeah, alright, so I'm going to hit play and then set the load going, and that worked. It's loaded 8 bytes. I'll just check them. FF8A 550123 So that's a very simple test that works, and that's good. Now I'm going to try and take that and convert it into hex. I need to set this up as the start project. I need to run the conversion program, which was this one. Copy that. Oh, copy that, right. And then this is right to System 1. But maybe what I can do is FFmpeg pod dshow AC1I audio in. Yeah, so I'm not going to get it straight from the port. I need to use S16LE. S16LE. S16LE, right? From input file, which is going to be backslash System 1 cassette tools and out Oh, wait a minute. That's a good point. When I ran this tool, let's check what it was running. Debugging, it was taking data.raw. Oh, right, yes, sorry, I lost track of what I was doing. It was, I need to convert this to raw data, so I need to save it somewhere first of all. So, export as WAV in let's put it in the where the others were. Well, alright, it's called test.wav. Alright, let's save test.wav. So we go into debug. No, wrong one. Test.wav. Right, so the conversion I have to do copy, we'll do the paste in here, ffmpeg minus, right, the format S16 S16LE. Our input is test.wav. The output format. Oh, come on. The input format is WAV. What am I talking about? The input format is WAV. It's a mono. Well, you will know that. The output format is S16LE. The number of channels is 1. The rate is 24K. To standard output, I'm actually going to put it into the file test.raw. So, okay, that seems like that worked. So I've ended up with a test.raw file, which is almost the same size as test.wav. Yeah, this all makes sense. So the test.raw file is now the one that gets sent into the cassette tools one, which actually is not data.raw now but test.raw in here, and sends the output to test.hex, So if I run this, oh, come on. If I run this, what have I got? Did it finish? Right. Something's going on. Do we get test.hex in here in debug? Somewhere. I don't see it. Oh, it came out here. All right. Well, that's fine. We're going to copy test. Well, let's look at test.hex first of all. And there we are. So that part worked. This is encoded from the audio from the system one. We now have a hex file FFAA55012334. It's stripped off the header. Oh, okay. Because the header needs to be reconstructed from the first value that comes in here. So there we are, and this explains why that did not load. So everything is clear now. What I'm going to do is go back. Well, let's actually take that file. We go to Board Tools, Acorn, System 1. Right to System 1. I'm going to put in that test file here. So we have test.hex in here. The switch to set this as the startup project, go to properties, look at debugging, and in here we're going to take the input as file as being test.hex, which is going to create test.raw. So that's fine. But in the I need to generate the header. I didn't. So to fix that, I need to look at this code here. If it's the first time through, so bool first equal true, and I sent the start bit. Oh, so really to make this work nicely, I need to send a byte, right? Now, and then I take send the start bit, stop bit. This is the code that sends a byte with the stop and start bit. So this will make it much more readable. Send and maintainable. Send byte, and I'm sending the byte. Now, what I need to do here is make use of that address, but I only care about this for the first one that's listed. So if first, then I need to send the header. Now I can see the header is 0020, the least significant byte first, then the most significant byte. And I'm looking at the wrong thing, because I'm looking at the code that doesn't have the header in it. So let's have a look in here. The header begins with 2 . This byte is yeah, let me have a look at the code for here to get the order. So when it pulls out the extract bytes, extracts 4 bytes, and it has the end address and the start address. And it's the end address first. Yeah, definitely, it's the end address first. So that it would tie with this 2 08 2 8 2 0. Really? It's the end address first. I'm having trouble reading this because I need to add a track. I could generate a track. La 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 la. Generate a tone. The tone is going. Well, I already have one from before. No. Add a new track. Add a mono track. Okay. On this track, please create generate a tone. Right, and so this is just will help read the bits here, and I can move it around like this. That's the first one. That's the start bit. This is 2. There's the end bit. The start bit 0 1 2 3 8. It's correct. It's 2. Write this down. Getting confused. So the first byte that comes in is 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. It's 0. Yeah, that's right. Sorry, 0 2. I have to write it down. I'm doing it in my head too much. This next one is bit 0, bit 1, bit 2, bit 3. This is 8 0 8. Right, that is the end address. Exactly. So the next one should be 0200. So this is 202, and then there's 00. So 0200. So if I go to the system 1 thing here, then what I need to do is on the first byte I need to start off with the end address. How do I know the end address? Oh, that's annoying. I would need to scan through the whole file to know the end address. This I do not like. That's inconvenient. So what I'm going to do is change the way, the format of this, the format of this thing. There's always something, isn't there? Let's go here. So when I'm writing out the bytes, I write out the address. Maybe I should write out the start address and end address just on separate lines, and then I can parse that. I think that's the easiest way. So I've got my start address and end address. Let's just print them. Actually, I'll put them on one line. So we do that. And so we do is we have start address and end address on here. And I'll come back to that. I don't really need to. I can. Well, all right. Yeah. Let's just do it. Right. So what I'm going to do is rerun what I did before. I'll be quicker this time. So set a startup project, run the project. It will have generated a raw file in here. I can check the timestamps. March 13. Should have created a text file, hex file up here, which it did. And we'll copy the hex test.hex to write to system1 test.hex. So we'll copy that file over. This should update now. Come on. No, I'm not looking at the right file. That's why. Let's just take this here and test.hex. Drag it in. Drag it in. Drag it in. Right. So there we go. Start address, end address, and then there's the data. So having got that, I now need to get back here and figure this out. So before it starts reading the lines, I need to read 2 lines. Read 1 line, I should say. And then I need to parse that line. I don't need this anymore. I don't need this anymore. This is in the wrong place. I do need this so I can send the byte as I'm reading them in, but also I need this one where I can take 2 addresses. We need to have the address which is start and end, and we can put those in ampersand start, ampersand end. So get line in file line, we get the line, we're going to parse the line to get the start and end addresses, which I now have. And then we need to write the header, and for that we need to start with writing O2. It's actually the most significant byte first of the end address. So we take the end address and shift it 8 bits that way. And this gives me, and I'm just going to, for security, probably unnecessary, but I'd rather just do that and avoid unnecessary debugging. So Unless let's just right. So I shift 8 bits that way and mask off everything else. This gives me the most significant byte of the end address. The next one I need to send is the I need to send I'm just going to do it this way. Why am I doing it this way? Because it's the same pattern on all the lines, so there's less thinking. Shift 0. You could delete it, but if it's actually easier to read if I say Shift 0, the compiler would optimize it. Not that it really matters. I mean, at 300 baud, frankly. But send byte. And then we do the same thing again when I need to send the start, which is the most significant byte shifted over whatever, and then we'll do the same again for the start on a 0. So I've sent 4 bytes for the header, and then I send the bits, and yeah, that all looks okay. Does it compile? Yes. Let's keep this right here, because I can actually do a visual comparison between the two when I load in the one that was regenerated from the hex. If I hit F5 here, it's going to attempt to do that, generates a raw file. I then need to convert the raw file into ffmpeg blah 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 to test.raw, but we had the other one going back the other way, where I take the raw file, am I calling it test.raw? I can't remember. Let's check on here to debugging. It's sending it to test.raw. So I should be able to have, instead of output here, test.raw. Why don't I see test.raw? Might be because it's in the debug folder because of the way. Ah, I'm in the wrong place. Let's go to here, this project, and weird. It. Oh right, need to set this up as the start project. Let's run it again. Hopefully I'm going to have a test.raw. I do have a test.raw now. Excellent. Let's get that conversion, ffmpeg conversion line in here, which is going to take an input of test.raw, and it's going to output a test.wav. It's test2.wav. It's done. And then if I drag test2.wav, where are you? You're here. Into here. And I've got it's small right now because I reduced the volume of it. Here is the data coming through. Where's the data? Where's the beef? Got to be here somewhere. Here it is. And now we see moment of truth. Do they match? And you'll be forgiven for thinking I was doing DNA sequencing here, but I'm not. Wow, look at that. That's pretty, and that's pretty damn cleaned up in terms of a signal, because as you can see. That looks perfect. So the next step is to mute these because I don't want them playing. Checking microphone and speaker settings are correct. I need to swap over these again. Okay, this needs to swap over. So I've got the thing connected to. I already had it on the input. Oh, because I tested already. What have I done? No. Right. I'd put it back on the other wrong way around. Right, okay, so it was all set up. Right, so I hit reset. I need to hit play. Come on. Drum roll. Here we go. Right. Drum roll. And oh, come on, where are you? I can't see my mouse cursor. There we are. So what I'm going to do is hit play on here. Just check. Yeah, that channel's solo. I'm only playing the one that was the reconstituted data passed through the pipeline. Yeah, okay. So when I hit play, I hit L, we wait for the data to come through, and look, it worked. It was very fast that time because it was only a few bytes, but we have all dots appearing. It has successfully reloaded everything. So what this means, which is cool, and it's late, but I'm so close to just a nice way of rounding off this stream, is let's get a program in there. So because what I can do now is enter code from my PC instead of having to type it in on that little keyboard. So for this I need to have where did I put the system one? Acorn System 1. There we go. So this is the manual of the Acorn System 1. Thanks, Garcia. And so it takes a lot less time to enter in a program here. Now, I actually would like at some point to demonstrate how we had to use this with an actual cassette deck, but not today. And you get an idea anyway, because the time it takes to load things is the same. Games programs. There were two games programs. There was NIM and DuckShoot. DuckShoot's a great one because it's quite short. So what we have to do now is, I've got that, and I'm going to keep that on the screen and then drag this over here, right, and quite large on the old Textaroonie. Well, I suppose I can just edit this. So, yep, it starts at address 0200. We'll worry about the end address in a minute. And it was A9 1F 850E A9 00 A2 07, and To be honest, I don't need to enter any of these. Well, actually, for the sake of integrity, it's probably a good idea. It's easier to make sure I didn't miss anything. So A207, 8620, A209, 8620, 9510. Be nice to have the same format that's in the listings, but that can do that later. A9, right, and 020C is going to be CA 020D 10 FB A9 00 A6 20, and let's get the next page. O 213 9510. Rather than type this all, I could just do the following actually. It really doesn't matter about these numbers, and I can it will create them anyway if I save and reload it. So A9, sorry, 9510, A6, A9 61 CA 1002 A2 07 9510 A6 20 A2 0E 20 0C FE C5 20 F0 05 CA D0 F6. It's probably slower than if I was typing it into the machine, frankly, at this point. But anyway, F0 E1 A9 1C A6 20 95 10 A9 FF 85 OE 20 0C FE 90 C3 4C 04 FF. Actually, I can see from the line count if I got this right or not. If I subtract 2 away from the final line number, it becomes 63, which is 3F. It's exactly right. So, okay. The end address is DEF 240. So this should, in theory, generate from there. If I run the, get this, I'll move this over. Right. So if I run my program again to write to the system1, it should take that. It will have created the raw file. I convert over the raw file. This is now being saved as a test2. Delete the old, remove the old test2 track, and take test2 and drag it back. What we should have in here is more data. There is the data of the program I just typed in. And we have the mutes are on, the correct channels are set. We're going to reset the system1, hit play, and let's do it with a view on here. Here we go, right. Aha, the big moment. A game, very simple game, typed in on my PC. Load it in the system1. Here we go. Hit play, hit load, wait for it. That's a bit weird. Did it work? It must have worked. I didn't see it. It was so fast. Hang on. It was too fast. I don't believe it. Something. Right, let me just try that again. Reset. I'm going to hit the load button after it play. I know. Right. I was looking at the wrong thing. Hit play, hit load. Oh. Yeah, right. That's loads pretty fast, that one. And well, I'm just going to try running it, and it might crash, but we go to memory, the address, no, go, start again. I have to go to address 0200. Well, it started to work. It did start, but it crashed. So, okay, what we'll do is inspect the memory against the duck shoot. Wherever it went. This one. A9 1F. Come on, go back. No, go forward. A9 1F 850E A900 A207. Uh, 86209510CA. 10FBA900. Is it 10FBA900? A620. A961 CA102 A2079510 8620A20E Oh, from 9510 I had 86, not A6, it was 86. Enough to cause a crash, any change. You have to get everything right, A2 0E 20 OC FE C5 20 F005 CA D0 F6 F0 E1 A9 1C A620 95 10 A9 FF 850 E20 CFE 90 C3 for C04 FF. Right, so it was just one byte I got. One byte I got wrong. But let's hit go, and that looks like the game duck shoot is working. If I press the right button on the right display. Oh, I missed it, hang on. And there we are. You shoot it and it dies, little duck. Right, so there we go. Now, the thing is that this fixed version is saved only on my Acorn, only on the System 1. So instead of editing it in the I'm going to save, and this will test the whole thing out, the whole pipeline. So in order to save, I'll need to swap over the cable here. So what's good about this little, not particularly complicated project, but what it means is that I'll be able to do System 1 development aided with the computer. I think the only thing I really need to stream this is to figure out a good way of showing the display. It would be nice if I could show the display up on the screen somehow. It's just like, I want to figure out, I can put a camera, I have a little rig to put a camera on this, but then, you know, I'd be running 3 cameras, and also you can't see it that clearly, so it might be nice if I could replicate the display somehow. I'm just thinking about, well, I did receive those little Wi-Fi things, so that could be a good further project, which is to actually have a little Wi-Fi processor able to read the display and relay it to the PC. But you know, it never ends. But what I have right now is that it is ready to save this thing, and in fact, well, I'm not going to get, it's too late to get a bit fancy, so I'm just going to do what I'm doing now. So if I make this project, I think it was the 32, I can't remember, I've got 3 of them, modules. So I'm going to run, what was the first step? Ah, yes. If I go to here, Yeah, I'll follow the same workflow. I was going to think of shortcutting it, but that'd be not a good test. So what I'm going to do is close, just remove these. I'm going to start off by recording the output of the system one when I save the memory. So let's do that. So set it recording, and it's saving, and it's done, and there we've got that. I'm now going to export this as a WAV file, which is going to be called test.wav again. Now, having got that, I'll go to the System 1 Cassette Tools project. I need to fix all the naming convention here. Actually, if I just run it, yeah, so I did save it already, and I go into properties and just check debugging. It is indeed reading from test.raw, but I don't have raw yet. I need to go into here and generate the raw file. So FFmpeg yeah, so this is the one that takes the raw file and it generates test.wav, and it didn't like output what? Input. Why is it outputting to a WAV? I need to be outputting it to a RAW. Sorry, I've got the wrong one there. This one. Right. What? I think I screwed it up just now. So let's export as a WAV to test.wav. And now run this command to convert the test.wav to a raw.wav, and then run my program to convert it to the program, which should now be test.hex, which is here, and we can see if it fixed the bug, the mistake. Was something that said A6 instead of 8.6. Well, let's check it against the memory. A91F 850E A900 A20786209510CA10 FB A900 A620 9510 A961 CA102 A2079510 8620. Right, that's the one. The error was, and in fact it hasn't actually regenerated this. It should have created this hex file. So let's have a look at it didn't actually generate it. So properties, the debugging sends it to test.hex. Okay. Oh, flipping heck, right, test.hex, which is this one, which was written about now. I had the wrong file in there. If I take this and drag it in, because I had more than one. So this is interesting because it didn't recreate the addresses. Right, what I'm going to do, this is lack of clarity here, is just delete test.hex. I was in the wrong one. I'm beginning to get a little tired now, and it's beginning to have an effect, I think. Look, that's the right one. This is the program, and all the addresses are in there properly, and 1E was the problem, and it's now 86. So, okay. So this is the program that was corrected in the Acorn on the system one, has been saved as a hex file here, this hex file, which I have to manually move between projects right now, but it's like, okay. And so we'll move it to the right, and I'm going to paste it in here. So, right, and now we'll run a test where I convert it back. I switch to the other project here, which is, oh man, here, and I run the program, and it will have generated now a new test.raw, which I can convert into a test.wav, if I go in the right place. Right. Write to system one. And we write it to the system one. In order to do that, right, I need to do the conversion from a raw file right, that's done, allowing me to, the final pipeline will be seamless because I can use FFmpeg to directly access the interface, but I won't have to use Audacity, but I want to use it at the moment. Let's see. Right, yeah, Windows not updating its file display because right, there's the data of the program reconstructed. I'm going to mute that channel and play only the reconstructed one. We're going to take this final test. We're going to take the Acorn System 1 here, which when I hit this you can see is running the program, and now we're going to erase memory by unplugging it. So hang on. Now I'm going to reset the Acorn, reset the system 1, there we go. And I try and run now 0200, it just crashes, there's no memory, it's just random because the memory just forgets everything when you power it off. And so now from the reconstructed, or this is playing back what was saved, that had taken the save from the system one, converted it into a hex file. If I go through all the steps at the moment, converted that to a WAV file, which was converted to a RAW file, that was converted to a hex file, that was then converted back into a RAW file, back into a WAV file, and is now coming back into the system one, but has just been erased of its memory. Oh, exciting stuff. Okay, so here we go. I'm going to hit play. I'm going to hit load. We wait for it. Any moment now. Is it coming? Ah, you know, it's not coming. Why is it not coming? Probably because I forgot to switch over the thing. So, yep, I need to switch it over. I forgot to switch it. This is development, you know, engineering thing. Yeah. There we go. Yeah. Right. So let's try this again. Alright. So here we are. Ready. It crashes, the memory is not there, and then we hit play, and I hit load, and we wait for it. Come on, come on. Oh, something's coming through, and there it is, and then we go 0200, and boom! Haha! There's a full test of the prototype system. Cool, that feels really good, and opens the door to some interesting retro programming possibilities. Am I building my own PS5? Yes, I am. I'm building my own PS5. My pretty simple 5 computer. So, thanks for watching. It's gone 4 in the morning. I need to go to bed, but it's good to end with a successful thing. So there we go. All right. I'm trying to remember what command. How select. You vacuumed it and it still works. That's amazing. How select video scene. How play video. Oh, what was it? I can never remember what I'm saying in here. I could go and just press the thing, but this way I remember. Which was it? How open. Unmute. Sorry. Ah, right. Yes, that was it. Hal, video scene, please. That's the problem, is that I forget to that when I switch that, you can't hear me, you know, so that's pretty messed up. Does this work? How's that? Yeah? All right, I think so. We can try it. Oh, that's looking promising. Okay. Good night. See you soon. Thanks for watching. I love it.
Despot. 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 Despot measures.
PB triple. Watch the keeper. I don't like kickoff. I love it. Where did he go? We like it so. We like it so. We like it so.
Despot. 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 Despot measures.
The sacred PB dribble. Auto slide. I don't like kickoff. I love it. If I don't love it, I won't play. Which way shall we play? Only one way to play.
I am the holder and the keeper of the one true version. We shall all play. Despot.
I won't play. I won't play. I won't play.
Despot measures.
I won't play. I won't play. I don't like kickoff. I won't play. Kickoff. With the passion. I won't play. Kickoff.
Despot measures.
I won't play. Play is the way. I won't play. Pass okay. I won't play. I won't play.
Despot. Despot measures. I love it more than all of you.